Good evening and welcome to the Lompoc City Council meeting, Tuesday, April 7th. Madam Clerk, would you please give roll call, please?
Councilmember Mosby?
Present.
Councilmember Vega?
Present.
Councilmember Holmdahl?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dirk Starbuck?
Present.
Mayor Bob Lingle?
Here. Would you please raise for a invocation by Leo Baldwin, please?
Excuse me, I thought you were going to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. March 30th was World Prayer Day for Children. Lord, we are burdened by the responsibility for our children, your children. We pray for children who are orphans and those who live in broken families or suffer neglect or abuse. Have mercy on them, Lord. Have mercy on us and help us by your grace to fulfill our responsibilities toward the children of the world. O thou kind Lord, these lovely children are the handiwork of the fingers of thy might and the wondrous signs of thy greatness. O God, protect these children, graciously assist them to be educated and enable them to render service to the world of humanity. O God, these children are pearls. Cause them to be nurtured within the shell of thy loving kindness. Thou art the bountiful, the all-loving. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we had no presentations presented elsewhere, so we'll move on to, we have several presentations this evening. I can get the individuals from Parkinson's Awareness. Oh, that's you, okay. Well, come on up here. I didn't realize this was you. Okay, this is a proclamation for Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease of the United States. Whereas there's inadequate data on the incidence of and the prevalence of Parkinson's disease, but it is estimated that it affects 500 to 1.5 million people in the United States, and the prevalence will become double by the year 2040. Whereas Parkinson's disease is the 14th leading cause of death in the United States, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and the age-adjusted death rate increases 2.9% from 2010 to 2011. Whereas it is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is at least $14.4 billion annually, including individual costs to patients and family members of $6.3 billion. Whereas research suggests the cause of Parkinson's disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but the exact cause of the progression of the disease is still unknown. Whereas there is no objective test or biomarker for Parkinson's disease, and the rate of misdiagnosis can be high. Whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from a person to person and can include tremors, slowness of movement, rigidity, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, speaking, cognitive impairment, dementia, mood disorders, constipation, skin problems, and sleep difficulties. Whereas there is no cure, therapy, or drug to slow the halt of the progression of Parkinson's disease. Whereas local, regional, and state volunteers, researchers, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life of persons living with Parkinson's disease and their families. Whereas increased education and research is needed to find more effective treatment with fewer side effects and ultimately a cure for Parkinson's disease. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor of Lompoc, California, do hereby declare April as Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month.
Thank you, Bob.
Would you want to say a few words? Sure. Go ahead.
Wow, do I have all that? I guess I do. We who have Parkinson's live by two rules. We don't complain and we don't have excuses. We just live and live as well as we can. We have caretakers such as my lovely wife here, who's Linda. And I just want to thank all of you for giving us a couple of seconds. And there is a handout here that you might want to grab and read. And if you know somebody who needs some help, let us know. Bob knows how to get a hold of me, and God love you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have National Library Week. How you doing? Good. Whereas libraries create potential and possibilities within their communities, campuses, and schools. Whereas libraries level the playing field for all who seek information and access to technologies. Whereas libraries continuously grow and evolve in how they provide for the needs of every member of our community. Whereas libraries and librarians open up a world of possibilities through innovative programming, market spacers, job-seeking, resources, and the power of reading. Whereas librarians are trained, tech-savvy professionals providing technology, training, and access to download content like ebooks. Whereas libraries support democracy and effect social change through their commitment to provide equitable access to information to all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender, identity, and social economic status. Whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor of Lompoc, do hereby proclaim National Library Week, April 12th through the 18th, 2015. Congratulations.
Mrs. Cadiente cannot be here tonight. I told her to take a break, but I'm afraid she took me too literally. So I'm Barry Marks. I'm Secretary of the Library Board of Trustees. And I'm happy to inform you that currently our library, just the Lompoc branch itself, is averaging over 20,000 visits per month. We're hoping to break the 250,000 at the end of the year. And one of the reasons is because we view it as a community necessity. Its objectives are consistent with our Economic Development Committee's objectives in increasing employability and contributing to the growth and enhancement of all our well-being in this community through language skill development, through homework club activities that facilitate learning and keep kids off the streets, and computer skill training. In fact, the current issue of Western City, which I'm sure many of you read, has a lead article on how libraries help build communities by providing unduplicated services and connecting people and agencies. So, in closing, we're looking forward to becoming a more formal partner with the City of Lompoc. That's moving forward, and we're all excited about that. We're looking forward to increased service delivery, more efficiency, and to this end, we are most grateful for Council Member Vega to have joined us in a recent board meeting. So the partnership has begun, and we look forward to formalizing it in the not-too-distant future. Thank you all.
Thanks. Next, we have a proclamation for Donate Life Month. Do we have someone? Oh, there we go. Okay. Katie? Okay. How you doing? Okay, this is a proclamation, DMV Donate Life California Month. Whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. Whereas more than 125,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and every 90 minutes, one person dies while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. Whereas the need to donate organs is especially urgent in Hispanics and African American communities. Whereas more than 600,000 units of blood per year are needed to meet the need in California. Whereas any given time, 6,000 patients are in need of voluntary marrow donors. Whereas a single individual donation of a heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas, small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of up to 50 individuals, and a single donation of blood can help 3 individuals. Whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors of organs, tissues, bone marrow, and blood. Whereas the spirit of giving and decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition. Whereas nearly 9 million Californians have already signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ donors will be honored. Whereas California residents can sign up for the Donate Life California Registry when applying for or renewing your California driver's license or ID card. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor of Lompoc, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2015 as DMV Donate Life California Month.
Hi, my name is Katie Wallace, and this is my brother Christian Kazienka. And on behalf of Lompoc's DMV, who also came today, thank you very much for coming. I would like to just reiterate that organ donation is so important, and it really is just a matter of checking yes. We are here because our mother passed away about 3 years ago, and it was very sudden, but because she had checked yes and was a registered donor, we didn't have to make any decisions for her, and she was able to save many lives. And so in the tragedy of her death, we are able to help her memory live on, knowing that she saved so many other people. And so we appreciate you having us here today and proclaiming April as Donate Life Month. Thank you.
Mayor, can I jump in on that for just a moment? It's excuse me. It's a topic close to my heart, and I just want to add the encouragement for people to sign up. I lost a brother 15 years ago this month who quite possibly could still be with us had there been enough of spare organs to go around for what his need was. And, he passed away on a waiting list. And, I just want to share everybody with you. Certainly for a long time before that, my wife and I had committed that, whatever they need to harvest, it's available to them because I'm not going to need it anymore. So I just want to encourage people out there. It really does save lives and could have made a difference in our family, and certainly applaud the efforts that are done by the unselfish people who make those donations and commitments and the lives that they save. So thank you very much.
Okay, do we have someone from the Sexual Assault Awareness? Thought I saw you back there. How you doing? Good. Chief? Okay, this is a proclamation, Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas sexual assault is an intolerable, violent crime affecting victims, survivors, their families, members, significant others, neighbors, friends, and coworkers. Whereas no one person, organization, or agency can eliminate sexual assault on their own. We must work together to increase public understanding of what can be done to prevent sexual assault and support the victims and survivors. Whereas North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Center has led the way in Lompoc since 1974 in addressing sexual assault by providing 24-hour hotline services, providing an emergency calls, offering support and comfort during medical exams and criminal procedures, and empowering those impacted by the sexual assault to chart their own course of healing. Whereas ending sexual assault must include public and private efforts led by the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Center, including conversations about identifying sexual violence, ways to prevent it, and how survivors can connect with crucial counseling and other support services. Whereas staff and volunteers of sexual assault programs in Lompoc work year-round to end sexual assault and to support survivors by providing preventive education and survivor empowerment information to schools, churches, civic organizations, and to medical, mental health, and law enforcement and criminal justice personnel. Whereas North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Center has set an impressive example on how foregoing collaborative relationships between services, agencies, and organization services serves to improve the quality of services to those most profoundly and directly impacted by sexual assault. Whereas North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Center requests public support and assistance as it continues its effort to bring and hope the elimination of sexual assault to our city. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor of the City of Lompoc, do hereby declare April 2015 Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
That's a lot of stuff for saying we need to end rape in our community. Good evening, Mayor Lingle and members of the City Council. Along with a member of our Board of Directors, Chief Larry Ralston, or retired Chief Larry Ralston. Thank you for the honor of receiving this proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. As an agency providing much-needed services in the city of Lompoc, it gives us great pleasure to know that the city supports the work that we do, not just this month, but all year long. As many of you know, and as the mayor read, we've been providing services in the city since 1974, when our agency got its humble beginnings in the garage of a woman who saw the need to reach out and meet the needs of sexual assault and domestic violence victims. From those initial days of empowering women, the city has stood by us as we continue to meet the needs of men, women, and children in our community through intervention and education services. We work tirelessly to change the statistic that 1 in 4 women and girls and 1 in 6 men and boys will be the victim of some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. As you look around the room tonight, acknowledge that a survivor may be sitting right next to you. Acknowledge that these crimes are a problem in our city, and acknowledge that the Rape Crisis Center is steadfast in its belief that we can and we are making a difference. I'd love to stay, and I know that the mayor has another proclamation, but we're dealing with another issue in our city, and that's human trafficking. And there's a fantastic speaker that's getting ready to kick off in about 10 minutes. So can you hurry up and read this other proclamation? But seriously, I need to get to that. But we are so grateful to the city for the support. We're so grateful to the Lompoc Human Services Commission. I'd love to stay and speak and thank the commissioners for the work that they've done with CDBG funding. So this is my public comment. Approve their recommendations. Thank you.
And now that she's given me back the microphone, I'll hurry up.
Where are you going, Chief? We're not done.
Actually, Actually, I'm not going to hurry. I'm going to it seems like these proclamations get worse and worse. I mean, Parkinson's disease is a terrible disease. Now this is about child abuse prevention. I mean, so this proclamation, Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a community condition and problem, and finding solutions depends on involvement among people in our community. Whereas the effects of child abuse and neglect are felt by our whole communities and need to be addressed by the entire community. Whereas North County Rape Crisis and Child Protective Center has been committed to educating our community on child abuse and neglect prevention and are sponsoring several events throughout the month to heighten public awareness of abuse and neglect in the city of Lompoc. These events will provide information and materials that support families to prevent child maltreatment and celebrate people who work and support children and families. Whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partners created among social services agencies, schools, youth organizations, religious organizations, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and business communities and the residents. Whereas all citizens should become more aware of the importance of prevention in our community and become involved in supportive parents to raise their children in a safe, nurturing environment. Whereas a full month of recognition and activities has been promoted by the North County Rape and Child Protective Center to increase awareness of child abuse and neglect and create solutions. Now, therefore, I, Bob Lingle, Mayor, City of Lompoc, do hereby proclaim April 2015 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month.
Just one thing about child abuse prevention. Sadly, it is happening in our city, and I would bet that most of you sitting in this room, if you've been a resident of the city of Lompoc since the mid-'80s, you've had a child that has gone through our Child Safe program in the Lompoc Unified School District. As adults, we need to make sure that we're always giving children their voice back, and because the bad guys take them away. So continue to listen to your children, let them talk to you, encourage them to talk, open the door for them to talk about when they're afraid or when something's happening to them, because they're being told that nobody's going to believe them, and it's up to us to do that. So thank you once again, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members and everyone for supporting us. We greatly appreciate it.
If I could just add to that, the collaboration that exists in Lompoc with the law enforcement community, rape crisis, and some of the other faith-based organizations in our community, we in Lompoc are in a unique community where we all work together for the same purpose. And so it's because of City Council and the support that we get from our city leaders that really makes this possible. So thank you for what you've done for us.
Okay, we're going to move on to the City Administrator's report, and part of that will be our State of the City address.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I commence with the state of the city, I just wanted to raise one other issue, if I could. It occurs to me in discussion I had with Assistant City Administrator Gallivan that we haven't created the opportunity really for combined session in the past that I know of between the Economic Development Committee and the City Council. And we have with all of our other commissions, like in the even-numbered years, we purpose ourselves to meet together. Even though the Economic Development Committee probably reports out to this committee more often than any other of the committees or commissions that we have, it was in our own discussion, we thought that maybe there's some value in having a combined meeting. And as I understand, I didn't attend the last EDC meeting, but my understanding is that several of you did, and so obviously there's shared interest. We've identified the importance of economic development as a key priority within the city. So I wanted to gauge, if I could, the interest of the City Council of having a combined meeting with the EDC, either as a prelude to on a City Council night, or perhaps on an off Tuesday to have a dedicated time to discuss those things that are key to both you and to the EDC, and recognizing that it would probably be a valuable two-way communication that we haven't had as much without having a combined meeting. So any feedback?
I'll speak for myself, but I think it'd be a great idea.
I agree.
Are there particular feelings or feedback on whether that would occur best on a council meeting night as a prelude to the council meeting, or on a separate Tuesday? Separate.
I think that a separate night, off Tuesday.
Others?
Yeah, I agree. Off Tuesday would be great.
Okay.
Off Tuesday, yes. Yeah.
Good. We haven't yet contacted, we're kind of apologize for springing it on you and on the EDC members that may be present, so we need to circle back, discuss the concept with them as well, and we'll set something for an off Tuesday. I'm going to change positions here. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It's my honor to provide to you this year's State of the City address. And for the State of the City presentation, I'd like to start with a report on some of the accomplishments that we've made over the past year. And then I'll provide an update on some of the more compelling issues and the needs that we're currently addressing. And then I'm going to conclude by sharing my thoughts on a topic that seems to be of material importance to a number of people in this community, as it should be, and that is on the topic of code enforcement. I'll apologize in advance for the speed at which I'm going to cover these topics. There's a lot going on here in the city, and I can't possibly do justice to everything in the brief time we have here and still leave room for the balance of tonight's council meeting agenda. So I'm going to move along at a pretty fast clip. But I do want to let you know that I'm planning on delivering the State of the City at a separate event next year, as many cities have chosen to do. I think it'll provide a better opportunity to talk in greater detail of the challenges and the paths for prosperity that we have without stealing precious time from a city council agenda meeting. So we're going to look to try to make it a little bit of a different affair the next time around. But on with what we have to report tonight. First, let's look at the past year. In our economic development, we have grown the local Lompoc economy at a faster pace than that of California economy as a whole. We've completed the update of the Economic Development Strategic Plan, and we are now implementing that. We've increased accountability by instituting the city monitoring policy for nonprofits and affordable housing elements, and we've worked with numerous groups, too many to mention here, to bring events to the city that support business, community, and tourism. In our recreation, we have promoted facility rentals and tournaments. Over 800 different bookings and engagements of facilities for special events, fundraisers, sports events, tournaments, meetings, job fairs, missile launch gatherings, and the like. We have entered into resource sharing agreement with Vandenberg Air Force Base to provide expanded recreation opportunities to the citizens of Lompoc and to the airmen stationed at Vandenberg. I want to specifically thank Base Commander Colonel Chief Baltz and his staff, as well as our recreation staff, for making this a possibility. We manage capital improvement projects at the Civic Auditorium, the Dick DeWeese Community Center, the Aquatic Center, and the Riverbend Bike Skills Park, which opened just this past weekend, or the weekend before last. So special thanks to the Lompoc Valley Parks Recreation Pool Foundation and to Dave Baker, who put his heart, soul, and sweat into that project to bring it to reality. In our planning, we established the Development Assistance Team as both a new business support program and as a support for any development project in the city. We adopted Phase 2 of the 2030 General Plan, an important blueprint as we chart our path to continue to improve and to grow as a community. In our public works, we received multiple American Public Works Association Project of the Year awards. We received $900,000 in competitive state and federal grants. We developed a 10-year removal and replacement program for our high-maintenance trees. We teamed with the Lompoc Federal Correctional Facility for job training projects in Ryan, Thompson, and River Parks. We initiated the relocation project of our transit and fleet maintenance functions to relieve overcrowding and to better prepare for our future. We responded to the largest wind event in recent memory on December 11th with over 70 fallen trees and over 1,000 limbs down, and just a heroic effort by folks to handle the cleanup. In our utilities, we developed a 12 kV electrical line rubber gloving program to increase our line worker efficiency and to decrease customer outages and outage times. We developed an apprentice line worker training program registered with the United States Department of Labor. We established a wide area network providing interconnection throughout city properties with our broadband services and newly installed fiber and wireless links. We obtained financing for landfill gas collection and control systems from Cal Recycle, and we provided 327 rebates to our customers through energy efficiency and conservation incentive programs, and we provided rebates and incentives for 20 additional solar customers. In our library, we appointed Library Director Jessica Cariente, and I've got to say, actually, I'm using, you hear the we, because it is all a team effort, but I have to give special acknowledgement to that Library Board of Trustees for making that excellent selection. We restored 8 open hours every week previously lost to budget cuts. We saved the literacy program by negotiating a contract with the Central Coast Literacy Council. We applied for and received over $70,000 in grants to enhance education classes, and we began the intensive process of incorporating the library into the city's departmental structure to fully support the library's mission and to eliminate liabilities and other issues created by the hybrid organizational relationship that had existed with the city. In our human resources, we hired Human Resources Manager Gabe Garcia. We successfully negotiated memorandum of understanding with each of the city's 3 bargaining units and ensure our remaining competitive in the Central Coast area skilled labor market. We have begun updating and modernizing our human resource and safety programs to ensure the safety of our workers and of the general public, and to have better risk management and compliance with federal and state labor laws. In our finance, we began the development process for much needed new financial accounting system to create integrated financial and data management functions, improve our financial controls, improve our customer service and asset management, and to replace system components that are as much as 40 years old. We began aggressively pursuing every revenue line item to which the city is entitled to ensure we maximize income and ensure fairness among customer charges. We reestablished our active investment program to improve investment income in all fund sources while securing and protecting cash balances. And we met all reporting requirements and ensured compliance with all regulatory entities. In our information systems, we designed and implemented redundancies for internet connectivity and installed related firewall hardware to protect the city's network from external attacks. We designed and implemented a web payment portal for utility and receivable customers, and we expanded the city's work order system, allowing more divisions to track projects and activities. In our fire service, we adopted and are implementing our fire service master plan to ensure our strategic and intentional preparations to meet present current needs and future growth. We added a rescue squad to our response program which has improved service, saved lives, and reduced our dependency on mutual aid. We created and filled the deputy fire marshal position to help protect our community proactively and to provide better customer service and support for economic development in our plan check process. We dedicated and placed into service a community risk reduction training trailer donated by the Lompoc Firefighters Foundation, allowing us to elevate our public outreach and education, particularly among school-aged children. In 2014, we provided risk reduction information and training to 2,641 children and 833 adults. We responded to and initiated the initial attack on the Megalito fire, establishing the Unified Field Command Center to fight the fire and to protect the city's citizens and resources. Given the size of the fire, the strength of the winds, and the proximity to Lompoc homes, it is a testament to the all-hands response that we had no injuries nor loss of property within the city limits. In our police department, we hired Police Chief Pat Walsh. We elevated the focus of community-oriented policing across the department to develop better working relationships in our community. We began restructuring of departmental assignments and processes, identifying resource deficiencies, and beginning the process of equipping our department with the technology needed to meet current community safety standards and to address emerging cultural issues. We enhanced our personnel support systems to address the needs unique to police officers. That's a lot to do in a year, and I haven't begun to touch a lot of other things that we just don't have time to cover, but I wanted to hit on some highlights. Next, I'd like to look at our current compelling issues that we're facing. In economic development, we need to continue to grow our local economy in Lompoc at a faster pace than the California economy as a whole. We need to continue to tap the wealth of talent and knowledge that our private sector and our other public sector community partners bring to the table. To that end, we need and appreciate and value the contributions of time and talent provided by such organizations as our Economic Development Committee, the Chamber of Commerce, Allen Hancock Community College, the Lompoc Unified School District, and many other local organizations. We need housing here in this city, market-based, market-priced, mid-market, and executive-level housing. In recreation, we need an enhanced strategic plan that enables us to invest in our local recreational facilities in a way that attracts visitors, puts heads in beds at our hotels, fills tables at our restaurants, fills gas tanks at the pumps, and allows us to form combined vacation packages with other entities like our local wine industry and other destination features. In planning, we need to update our zoning ordinance and ensure that the zoning designations match the community qualities and planning layouts that we envision for a better community. In our public works, we need to address and correct our declining pavement condition index. Funding for street maintenance and repair has reduced significantly over the past 8 years throughout California, and I don't think we can wait for the state to come up with a solution for us. I think we need to act on that ourselves. We need to reverse the trend of deferred maintenance in our parks for everything: turf, playground equipment, bathrooms, lighting, bleachers, stages, barbecue pits, tennis courts, you name it. We've been kicking the can down the road for too long. It's time to bring those things up to snuff. We need to increase our airport reserves to provide for future capital needs and for grant fund matching. In our utilities, we need to replace substandard infrastructure where it exists, particularly in costly chronic repair areas. We need to have deliberate schedule for replacement of aging water and sewer lines so that we avoid the costs and the service interruptions that go hand in hand with failed pipelines. And we need to revisit our drought contingency plan and update it in our next urban water management plan. In our library, we need to expand service hours. We need to further our educational programming for all ages, but particularly those focused on preschoolers to help ensure a right start in Lompoc children's lifetime of learning. and we need to finish our current project of bringing Charlotte's Web Bookmobile online to the community. In our human resources, we need to prepare for employment transitions of baby boomers across all departments in our workforce through effective succession planning and training. This is a critical issue faced within the culture in general, but certainly across all departments here in our city. In our finance, we need a new integrated financial accounting system for the reasons I mentioned before. We also need to update our master fee schedule, including fees for service and development impact fees, to provide full recovery of costs under the principle that every customer should pay for their fair share of cost to provide service and not have to underwrite the costs of another customer. In our information systems, we need to update both desktop hardware and software, particularly operating systems that are so old they are no longer supported by Microsoft or other manufacturers. We need to expand our data storage capacity. We need to continue to be vigilant in our network security systems as cyber attacks continue to grow in magnitude and complexity. And we need to integrate our core networks with our public safety and engineering systems. In our fire service, we need to build a new Fire Station 2, administrative offices, and emergency operations center. We need to preserve current staffing levels as the SAFER grant funding runs out, and this is true for both police and for fire. And we need to elevate the deputy fire marshal position to a full fire marshal position. In our police department, we need to upgrade, expand, and enhance our dispatch center from top to bottom. Kudos to our dispatch team who have done amazing work with woefully inadequate facilities. We need to expand several aspects of our facilities in the police department, particularly our property room and evidence handling systems. Chief Walsh will address this in more detail in his report later in this council meeting. We need to enhance our technology used by officers, particularly in the area of onboard computers, GPS, dash cameras, and body cameras. Yes, the chief has won me over on the issue of body cameras, and I have not been an easy sell on that point. In our city administration, we need to hire a community relations manager to act as our public information officer and to lead our effort to better communicate with our public through both traditional and contemporary social media, to further enhance our transparency and to assist us in branding our community in a consistent and economically enhancing manner. We need to restore an administrative analyst position to further develop our performance-based reviews of departmental and divisional functions, to enhance efficiencies, to explore revenue opportunities, and to procure reliable data on which to make improved management decisions. We have a lot more needs out there, but again, I thought I'd touch on a few. Finally, I'd like to wrap this up with a few thoughts that I have on code enforcement. The City Council has identified code enforcement as one of its top priorities, and I applaud them for that. I applaud you for that. Thank you. I think it is absolutely the right thing to do in any community, but particularly here in Lompoc. Code enforcement does not always get the attention it deserves, yet the function is a key element in achieving quality neighborhoods and safe living and working environments. I do not consider this to be a bureaucratic function, but rather the preservation of quality of life. To have community standards in place, we legitimize those community standards by articulating them in a municipal code and in the state building code, and then properly and effectively enforcing those standards. 32 days ago, I invested a considerable portion of my personal resources to become a property owner here in the city of Lompoc. As with any investment I have, I would like to preserve that investment. The best way for me to preserve my investment here is first by ensuring I care for my property and conform to the appropriate codes, and second, that my neighbors do the same. How I maintain my property impacts not only my own property values, but yours as well, even those of you that may not live in my immediate neighborhood. I've heard some people suggest that we have a code enforcement problem here in Lompoc to which I have to say I couldn't disagree more. I believe we do have a code compliance problem. I have seen no fault in how we do code enforcement, and I know of no inappropriate activities we have taken in that regard. But as I drive the streets of Lompoc, I can still see the impacts of a lack of code enforcement and a lack of code compliance, therefore, in some areas. Not because we're not doing a good job of code enforcement, we are, but because the code compliance issues have so overwhelmed the limited code enforcement resources we have appropriated to the cause. I want to acknowledge the superb work done by all of our staff that get involved in code enforcement activities in one way or the other, but I particularly want to publicly praise Steve Boggs for his incredible work, his professional demeanor, his tireless efforts to make Lompoc a better place for you and me to live. Thank you, Steve. We can debate policy about whether it is better to be reactive or proactive enforcement, or whether or not some of our codes could use some updating or elimination. Those are all valid discussion topics and discussions that need to occur. But let's all agree that our goal is to improve the quality of life in our community, to provide for our collective safety, and to enhance our property values. And we'll be able to figure out the rest from there if we'll commit to those outcomes. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless this fine city of ours. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weimiller. It was very nice.
Excellent.
Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on the consent calendar. You have up to 3 minutes to speak on anything on the consent calendar. Seeing no one standing, we're going to close public comment and move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar is considered routine items that will be passed by the City Council on one motion unless a council member chooses to have something pulled. Does any council member choose to pull anything from the consent calendar? Okay, then can I have a motion to approve?
I'll move we accept the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to staff presentations. Police Chief Pat Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Mr. Weimiller, I'm going to be fairly quick as well. Earlier in the year, we had a discussion. I brought a staff report to you and told you that I have issues in my building, and in particular, the dispatch center and the property room are woefully inadequate in my opinion. So we did a needs assessment, and I just want to go over, I'll start with dispatch. There's other issues in the building, but I'm going to focus tonight on just dispatch and the property room. The dispatchers work a 12-hour shift, and there's no way to adjust their tables, or their workstation. So they sit for 12 hours. And so that's a problem, and industry standard is, you want to be able to raise your, desk and bring it up and down. That was one of the issues. The consoles are too small. There's 911 panels. There's computers and mapping, and they're all too small, and they're all cluttered together in what we have. They do a great job, but again, too small. The monitors and the phones and all the equipment is crammed together on their desk. The supervisor's office is not near dispatch. It's down a hallway, and it's tiny. It's 51 square feet. It's really a closet converted into an office, and it's not adequate. And she should be able to see her employees. If something emergency happens, she needs to hear it and get in there right away and help. The other issues we found, the computer equipment and it's a lot of computer equipment is in the room with the dispatcher, so there's a hum that's going on, and it creates heat, and so they have to, use the air conditioning, and that's loud too. And so if we get a new dispatch center, all that equipment would be in another room, and they would just have their monitors and their keyboards, and all that equipment would be in a different room, so they didn't have to hear it or actually be exposed to the electrical problems with all that stuff in one space. There's no quick access to a restroom or a break room. There's no place to store their personal property, their lunch and their gear that they bring to work. And when tours come, and we give a lot of tours, they actually have to come in, and when you tell a classroom full of kids to be quiet in dispatch room, it's impossible. It's just impossible. So, it'd be nice to have a big window where they can hear and see what's going on, but the dispatchers can't hear the tours. Currently, there's 336 square feet in the dispatch center, which is they're on top of each other, can hear each other. And so those were the deficiencies we found. So let me see if I can get this to go. So this is currently what we have, and dispatch is right here, this little room here. And the property room we'll talk about currently is right here. So I'll move on to the property room and the deficiencies we found there. Just the main ones. There's not enough room to process. Oops, I'm pushing the button. I don't even know it. There's not enough room for the property custodian to process evidence. So if I book a bunch of evidence tonight, Sandy Bailey comes in. She's actually laying it out on the floor and processing it before she puts it away in the bin. There's no big table for her. It's not enough room. Currently, there's 839 square feet in this property room. You could see, just to give you an example, this is the chief's office down here. See how big that is? And this is the property room. I'm a super important guy, but I don't need that much room. So there's a processing room. It is very small that the officers process, and the standard is you process your property, your evidence, and it goes into a safe, and then you can't get to it anymore. And then on the other side of that, the property room custodian takes care of that. And that little room that the officers have to process there, it is also too small. So today we did a search warrant, and all of the property, marijuana and meth and guns, went upstairs to the gang office. It too was processed on the floor. The gang office smells like marijuana, and it will for a week now. And then when they're done, they go downstairs and they book it. So it's just too small. The pass-through lockers aren't big enough, so if you get a larger item of evidence, we have to figure out where to put it. And a lot of times we'll put it in this little Sally area right here and lock it in there, which is really kind of not appropriate because it should be locked up and not where people can find it. The weapons and narcotics storage is an alarmed room. It's too small. It is packed. I think you've seen it. Our fuming cabinet, when we do super glue fingerprinting, the fumes, they don't go outside. They go into the building. That's a delightful day when that happens. Our drying cabinet, if we have blood or fluids, bodily fluids we need to dry, the drying cabinet is not lockable, and so it's important that we fix that. And the property clerk doesn't have her own office. She's in with the property, which is kind of an issue because it's dusty and dirty and smells, and you don't know what you're breathing. So we ventilate it for her, but I'd like to get her own little room. Not enough counter space. There's not an adequate way to purge our evidence and the property we have. We're in the process of doing that, and you would think it would be easy to purge, but it's not easy. It's not like cleaning your garage. You have to get district attorneys involved, the investigating officers, etc. So there's not enough purging room and not enough a purging system, computer-wise, to do it. It's very cumbersome right now, and so we're working on that. So what we've done is, this is what I would call Plan A, and we'll talk about it. But We've moved the chief's office. This is where the chief's office is now. We put the property room here. And the property room, if we moved it there, is going to be basically 2,700 square feet as opposed to 839 square feet. And then we could use this property room for other items, and I'm not going to talk about those tonight because of time constraints. This allows us to have bicycle storage, large area for booking, space to book, stuff like that. It does have some downfalls. It creates air circulation problem in the building because we're eliminating hallways, we're eliminating a door here. It is an issue. The architect says this isn't ideal, but we're trying to work within this building. That's the first floor. The second floor, what we would do is we would actually build this box over that back parking area. So when you look past the gate is right up here, and you see where we park all the police cars. This would be a box basically up above those cars. It's not ideal. It's extremely expensive to build this type of building. As you can see, we don't touch the existing buildings, and if you saw the other plans I have, you don't touch this building either, because then you have to make everything earthquake-proof and all the other stuff the architects tell us. But the chief's office is smaller, appropriately sized, right there, and it's right next to dispatch. They love that. We can add some things like bunk rooms and break rooms where people can go have a quiet minute after a bad call, or if they've worked really long and they have to wait 3 hours before court starts. There's 2 rooms that they can be in. And the dispatch supervisor could be right there looking through a window, keeping an eye on her staff. So there are some downfalls to this, though. This building is very expensive to build. To renovate, basically, you're looking at almost $9 million, $8,800,000. So what I'm making no suggestions today. All I'm saying today is this is the first, stab at this needs assessment. I think what we want to do is go to Plan B and look at alternative sites for. We have talked about this, but alternative sites for a property room, maybe property and dispatch. We just don't quite know yet, or community room / garage for all our vehicles. We have vehicles over at the yard. We have, command posts and stuff stored over on Laurel. So maybe if we found an alternative place to put some of that stuff, we can move some of the boxes out of our building, thereby eliminating some of the clutter and small space. So that's it.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, if I might add.
Sure.
One of the discussion points we've begun to talk about, as we've discussed here in these meetings, is about the need for a demolition of the old pool building that's out here. And one of the initial sites, and I believe where the chief's going to be looking at, is comparing the alternatives of if we built some of those new needs here where this site is currently located as an alternative. So for instance, for property room or other meeting space areas, rest space areas, whatever that we might need, that we possibly locate it there. We might find that it's cheaper to do that construction there than as a second story addition where there's no first story adjacent to the building. So those are just some of the things. It's preliminary discussion, and we have more to look at, but just wanted to raise your awareness of that possibility.
Any questions for the Chief? Thanks, Chief. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Mosby.
How many square feet was that?
The entire building, or just
The add-on, the 2-story add-on?
I didn't calculate that. I just calculated the new dispatch center. It's about I think 2,700 square feet.
And that was the whole $9 million, but that $9 million also included
No,
renovations?
Downstairs, upstairs. The reason it costs so much is it's a working building, so you have to work, clean up, make it safe for us while you're not there as a construction site, so it's a little more, it's a lot more expensive.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Chief.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I got one
Oh,
comment. I'm sorry,
Councilmember Holmdel.
get your water jug out of the way. I'm really pleased to hear both you and Patrick's comments tonight. We haven't had that before for 12 years. We haven't had staff come in here and say, this is what we need. We should have planned for it a long time ago. I'm really pleased to see that we're looking at it. How we go, if we have to take the pool out or whatever we do. But at least we're looking at it. But it's never been brought to this council for the 12 years I've been around here. And I think I'm really pleased to see this type of information coming in here so we can get it done. We got some things to get done, and we got properties to take care of, and we got our services to our own employees to get them taken care of in the right way. And I'm very, very pleased with what I've heard tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so just so everyone realizes, we are not spending $9 million tonight. Just taking a look at it. But Councilmember Humdahl is exactly right. This is something that city councils in the past should have been looking at and addressing a long time ago. I'm not about to say that we're going to take care of all these wishes by the city administrator or the police chief and the fire chief in the next couple days, couple weeks, couple years, but at least we are addressing them. These should have been addressed, as Councilmember Humdahl said, years ago. They're all coming back to roost right now, but we are addressing them, and we'll address them as time and money becomes available. So thank both of you for your presentations. Okay, next presentation, Accountant Revenue Manager Dean Albro.
Might be even shorter. Tonight I just wanted to update you guys. Thank you for letting me come up here and talk a little bit about investments and give you an update of where we are. Just a little background. About a year and a half ago, came to council, asked for direction to invest beyond LAIF, the local agency investment pool ran by the state. And it's been about 9 months that we've actually got our feet on the ground and done some investing. You guys are getting a quarterly investment report now, and it's also available, anybody who wants it, on our webpage. So I just wanted to walk through one and show you where the information is and what you can look at, what you're looking at. Of course, the cover is going to tell you which quarter. We're almost done with, well, we just started March, but we had December's ready, so this one's on the webpage, so you can follow through if you wanted to. First page, you're going to have a narrative. It's going to talk a little bit about how we run the investment pool, how we pool our money, how we're safeguarding our investments by keeping it with a custodial account. And then at the bottom down there, it has the state laws that govern our investments. And when you get into the report, the first thing you're going to see is a summary. And you can see pretty much everything that we have in the first section right here. And you can see our rate of return right now is 0.66. Just to give you an idea of where we were, June 30th, we had pretty much most of it in LAIF, as you can see in the pie chart, at about 0.22. So we've actually tripled our rate of return. You can see we have a little bit better balance in our portfolio. We now have securities. We now have CDs. You can also see something that's in the summary is the book value and the market value of our portfolio. And that'll go up and down as interest rates go up and down. That's if we were to sell it all off right now, what we could get for it. However, we're going to hang on to it until maturity, so we're never really going to realize any losses. And right now, interest rates are down, so we're seeing some pretty good gains on the unrealized. But like I said, it's unrealized. We're going to hold it to maturity. And then the report breaks down and gets into more detail. You can see the first thing you're going to see is our cash, where our cash is. You can see how much we have in LAIF. You can see our certificates of deposit. We got a pretty good rate of return right there on that section. You can also see where we have some money held for our leases, deposits by developers, and reserves on our bonds. You keep going, you'll see that we have some money in our NCPA reserve, our operating reserve, and then we have our U.S. securities, which is a new section where we've got quite a bit in there, and we're getting a pretty good return. And then as you move forward, you'll see the investment activity. You can see what happened during the last quarter. We actually had one called, and we filled them back up. And we've done pretty good this quarter at getting some investments. We've had some rough weather when it comes to interest rates. Right now, I think the 5-year T was at 131. When we started the investing, it was closer to 1.7. But we've done a pretty good job, I think, of grabbing some instruments and getting some good interest. Something you can see, we're trying to layer our investments. You'll see the 1 and 2 year right there. We don't have anything right now. That's because of 2 reasons. One, we're just starting out, so we haven't had a chance to have our layering take effect. But we're also seeing as they get close to the 1 and 2 year that short-term interest rates are so low that we're actually getting called. So one way we're going to combat that is get some bullets or non-callables to try and fill that void. Another thing, you can see it's circled. We got about $410,000 as our annual interest. That was about $125,000 last year, so we're doing pretty good. I think it's some good news, and like I said, I'll be pretty short.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Albro? Okay, thank you, Dean. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume. Okay.
How you doing?
If I can get everyone to take their seats.
I'll tell her that.
Okay, let's get everyone to take your seats. Okay, we're going to move on to oral communications. This is your opportunity to speak to the council on any item you choose.
Council members, mayor, and residents of Lompoc, my name is Janelle Osborne. I'm here tonight to remind the entire community that Lompoc's Creative Crossings Creative Crosswalks project, its call for local artists deadline is April 15th, and this is an opportunity to design a crosswalk at the intersection of South 8th Street and Sapphire Avenue. The artwork must be original, artists must live in the Lompoc Valley, and they must be 14 years of age or older. There is a $500 honorarium for each leg that wins, and you can get more information at the Anderson Rec Center or at healthylompoc.org/creative crosswalks. Again, the deadline for artist submittals is April 15th, and I have flyers for those of you who would like to share. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay.
Hello, I'm Ken Switzer with Berkshire Hathaway on behalf of the California Space Center Consortium. And I was asked to update staff and council. I was brought on the project as a real estate advisor in the early stages to analyze the economics of the real estate of a possible project on the 82-acre site. And I've had a front row seat the last couple months to things that have been happening behind the scenes, both in the development of the ENA agreement, which has now been submitted with suggestions from a variety of consortium members, investors, et cetera. It's been quite a process to work through it all, but it's now been submitted to city staff, and hopefully it'll be ready for a vote here within a month. So I've seen that process, seen the input, and just to let you know, there's been an amazing number of individuals and companies with a lot of talent and a lot of time and money invested just in the last 2 months, not to mention, of course, the process leading up to it. So it's very exciting in a way, but I know a lot of you haven't seen what's been going on, but hopefully in 30 or 40 days here, we'll be ready and be able to go forward. One thing from the real estate side, I was asked to just clarify the economics of it, and this remains the case with the project, and it'll be discussed in more detail during an EA phase, is the real estate economics by themselves, which me and other real estate people a couple months ago attested to, don't seem to pencil out. But the fortunate thing is this project is based on much more than the real estate economics. I had a chance to see a lot of the revenue and profit stream development behind the scenes here. It's very exciting, and obviously from a standpoint of raising money for development, it's nice to have a lot of other ways that investors can see their money returned to get it built. So I just want to let you know behind the scenes in the real estate part and also the project globally, a lot's going on, a lot of people have been involved, and hopefully within a month here we'll be back here to move forward and start the project.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My name is Steve Frank, and I also want to speak about the California Space Center. I've got some handout here. Sorry, I don't have enough for everyone, but I have enough for the members here. But let me just introduce myself very quickly. I'm an American, but I live in London. I'm an investment banker. My background is I used to fly for the U.S. Navy when I got out of school, and I flew a couple different kinds of airplanes. Got a chance to work at the White House, and then when the Berlin Wall came down, they let guys like me get out early. I went to I went to a startup company, and then graduate school at MIT, and then I was at Morgan Stanley for about 10 years or so and helped telecom companies raise capital, and then went to the junk bond trading desk and helped help us figure out what the best companies to invest in were. Some other highlights, I went to a restructuring company and restructured Austrian banks, and then I went to a company which did a lot of restructuring of banks in Greece. And I'm still involved there. In fact, I'm on the general counsel of the Hellenic Financial Stability Fund, we're the guys with the $50 billion, which have recapitalized all the Greek banks. So, although I'm here in Lompoc, I get to do conference calls at 4 o'clock in the morning with Greek problems, and you should all be very grateful that of the good government that we have in this country, and as opposed to what I see in other places. What I wanted to talk to you about is introduce myself just from a financial point of view and my background, but this paper that I've got that you should have in front of you has got a couple of key highlights on the project and the project scope and the project's vision. And on paragraph 1, essentially, yes, we have 82 acres, which hopefully that will be, will come our way in Lompoc, but really there's 4 core pieces of this project. There's a media piece, there's an entertainment piece, there's a technology piece, and there's the new space research and development piece. And new space is kind of where private companies and entrepreneurs target commercial returns, and they're backed by risk capital, and they seek a return, they seek profit for innovative projects that have to do with space. The next paragraph, paragraph 2, is how do we do this? How do we execute this? That's going to be, we'll find unique investors for the California Space Center, which is an LLC in Delaware. Underneath that, there'll be a land acquisition company, a space ventures company, a finance company, which will probably be bankruptcy remote. We'll look at that in greater detail, and then an operating company. And then I know I'm almost out of time, but the very last thing is paragraph 3, which walks you through the process of getting investors into a project like this. This is kind of how it's done in Western capital markets. So there's a number of different components of it, but essentially what we do is we find a unique group of people to invest in a project like this, send them a 2 to 3 page teaser. If they're interested, they sign an NDA. And at that point, if they do sign the NDA, then we send them a whole bunch of additional information, some of which will be the ENA, which of course we'll start to talk about in greater detail. But then we also send them the master plan, the business plan, an equity presentation, a financing plan, and then you start to kind of go around and talk to them in great detail and exchange term sheets. And these investors will need to get this approval through their investment committee. And eventually, they can drop out at any time, but eventually you'll get some people over the line, and then you need to paper the transaction, and then you need to fund the transaction, and then you continue to talk to your investors. So that's kind of the process. I'm happy to come back and talk in much greater detail and provide much greater detail about where we are. I do live in London, but I'll be back here on a project like this, hopefully quite regularly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, my name is Eva Blaisdell. I am a founder of California Space Center, and I can remember like it were yesterday when you voted unanimously to grant us an opportunity to move forward in a relationship with the city and with your staff. And we are fully committed, as you can see, regardless of the time of the day, location, we are here with you because we are very proud, very excited, and very appreciative of the city staff support that took us through a very complex, very sophisticated, multi-continental, multinational process of coming up with ENA as a productive document that we appreciate Teresa's hand-holding that she offered us while we were going through the process. It was submitted, and we are looking forward to discussing it with you in a timely fashion. The document that we prepared benefited from wisdom and experience of not only my team members, whom I am very proud of, who are here speaking before me, but also corporations, specialist advisors that are very excited and congratulate us that we stole such an initiative from other places in the world that now are being very envious of what we are coming up here with. It represents not only a great opportunity for us, but people are recognizing it's a great opportunity for California, for the United States, and for the international statement, and we want to bring it here to Lompoc. I had the pleasure of traveling to Europe in order to visit with some of my backers, investors, partners. Just few highlights. I hold in my hand a letter of intent signed with the largest space conference company in Europe, because if we are to build conference center, we better have conference business. To start conference business, it takes usually several years to bring those companies. So the only way to really manage the opportunity is to own them. So we have a letter of intent to bring the best French international space company to Lompoc, leave a little bit small piece for Los Angeles as a token piece to negotiate better term, but we have it. I have also a great statement from the Prime Minister of Poland, whom I personally invited. I took a liberty of inviting them on behalf of citizens of Lompoc and our project. Space is hot. Space is the hottest subject of discussion. And if you say, I have a space project, people salute and listen. So I will be formally sending invitation to the City Council, to the Mayor, to the City Administrator on behalf of very fine, cool Europeans who want to come and meet you. This includes also the leading Air Force Academy in Europe, that we hope to create a relationship with Vandenberg. Last but not least, if we get through the process successfully, we have invitation from organizers at NASDAQ to announce our coming together, ENA, on April 30th at NASDAQ with my colleagues, investors from Silicon Valley, who are organizing this opportunity for us. So hopefully we will have a good luck in negotiating our exclusive negotiating agreement. I very much appreciate your vote of confidence, your support, and I am looking forward to making sure that we succeed. And thank you, Lompoc. Thank you, Lompoc, for your ongoing support, and thank you for your presence here. We are also launching Facebook dedicated to this project, so local community can express its interest and give us a feedback. Thank you. It's wonderful to see you here today.
Okay.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Anyone else before we close public comment? Okay, seeing no one rise, we are going to close oral communication. We're going to move on to the agenda item number 6. It is a fiscal year 2015-16 draft of annual action plan, public hearing for the community block grant, human services, and home investment partnership. Christy.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and public. I am Christy Alarcon, the Community Development Program Manager here at the City of Lompoc. I'm here tonight to recommend the City Council hold a public hearing, approve the selection of capital improvement projects under the Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal year 2015-16, adopt resolution number 597315, approving fiscal year 15-16 budgets for the CDBG, Human Services, and Home Program funds for inclusion in the draft City of Lompoc Annual Action Plan and fiscal year 2015-16 Santa Barbara County Home Consortium CDBG Urban County Partnership Action Plan, which is scheduled for consideration by the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors on April 21st, 2015. Authorize the inclusion of the funding allocations as appropriations in the fiscal year 2015-17 budget in Funds 43, 44, and 45, and in the related CDBG programs in those funds. And authorize the city administrator or his designee to sign any agreements or certifications that authorize the city to receive these funds or provide alternate direction. I wanted to start just with clarification, given that recently Council has taken action regarding our ongoing relationship with the county. This is the last, the 15-16 year is the last program year of the existing agreement. So 16-17 will be our year that will go back to entitlement status, and where we would not be a member of the Home Consortium or the Urban County Partnership, but we do have this one more year of funding with them. Just a little background, the Santa Barbara County Action Plan is prepared by Santa Barbara County on behalf of the Home Consortium and CDBG Urban County Partnership, and includes how the City of Lompoc proposes to use its federal CDBG and home funds. In addition, the city has prepared the Lompoc Action Plan for an all-inclusive report on the city's proposed use of the CDBG Urban County Partnership funds, Home Consortium funds, and our very own CDBG program income. The county notified the city of our CDBG Urban County Partnership and Home Consortium, or all members, of their allocation amounts on March 10th. In the table there, you'll see that our program administration amount is $79,213. Our public service activities at the 15% cap is $59,409. Capital projects, $257,441. The total Urban County Partnership CDBG funds share to Lompoc is $396 and $63. Our city share of the Home Consortium funds is $84,330 for the 15-16 year. Additional funding that we're working with is, in addition to the 15-16 CDBG Urban County Partnership and Home Consortium funds, the city projects the following additional funds. We have our own city CDBG program income from when we were receiving entitlement funds. That is estimated, the 14-15 estimate is $143,116. The human services donations, which come through the utility billing fundraising campaign the Human Service Commission conducts, is estimated at $10,141. Our final receipt of the Comcast donation of $25,000, and then the Human Services Fund had an amount of reserves there of $13,000 that they chose to go ahead and allocate to this 15-16 year. For the past 15 years, as a commitment by Comcast under the city's cable franchise, Comcast has donated $25,000 annually to the Human Service Fund for distribution under the program. The final payment was received December 15th, 2014, which was prior to the end of the franchise agreement, which ended on the 31st of December. A quick little overview about CDBG funds. CDBG funds have 3 national objectives that must be met in order to use those funds. One of the 3 national objectives must be met. It can either benefit low and moderate income persons as annually defined by HUD. Just to give you an idea of what a low income 4-person household is per HUD right now is a 4-person household earning $40,100 annually. Up to moderate income would be a 4-person household earning $64,150 annually. Another national objective is removal of community slum and blight, or meeting an urgent community need where other funds are not available, such as addressing conditions resulting from a natural disaster. There are program objectives for the Lompoc CDBG funds, and they're included in this list here. There's a whole variety, including economic development, ADA improvements, rehabilitation of public facilities, and affordable housing, to name a few of them. There are additional funding criteria that have been applied here in Lompoc. CDBG funds may not replace any city or state-funded functions. The human service donations from Comcast and the Lompoc utility customers are restricted for the human service activities and are not to be used for administrative costs. Home funds may only be used for affordable housing projects such as housing rehabilitation, acquisition, new construction, and rental assistance. All funds must be used for activities that benefit low-income persons. And the most important thing, expenditures that are not in compliance with HUD regulation must be paid back to HUD from the city's general fund. Community involvement is an important factor in identifying projects for funding under the CDBG and home program requirements. To meet that objective, the city held 3 needs assessment workshops in 3 different geographical locations within the city and at 3 different times of day to allow for various representation from the public. In addition, we did hold a pre-application workshop that was publicly noticed. Now, the fiscal impact of what happens here with these CDBG funds and home and human service funds. Up to 20% of CDBG funds, that's $79,213, may be used for program administration. Staff is recommending council allocate $73,438 for the general administration, which includes salaries and supplies, leaving $5,775 to be allocated to fund fair housing, education, and compliance, a contract that we have with Legal Aid Foundation. The city has designated $257,441 towards capital projects. Capital projects include all uses of CDBG funds such as code enforcement and public facility improvements, but excludes general program administration and the human services program. A notice of funding availability was sent to all department heads with the funding application. 4 applications were submitted, and the following allocations are recommended. We'll start with code enforcement. And just to clarify, these are all funded out of the Urban County Partnership CDBG funds here. Code enforcement, their request for funding was a 37% decrease from prior year allocation and is recommended for funding at $74,341. Staff salaries and benefits assigned to code enforcement and some supplies associated with the program delivery is what makes up the $74,341. The program funds inspections for possible code violations, enforcement activities, and legal proceedings within the low and moderate income census tract areas. Applications for 2 public facilities here were submitted. Both are eligible projects, and both are being recommended for funding at the full amounts requested. We'll start with the emergency call alerting system for the Lompoc Fire Department. It would replace existing call alerting systems with ones that are more efficient and designed to minimize negative impacts on hearing and the cardiovascular system. New technology used in call alerting systems make a significant improvement in the quality of life for fire personnel and the public. Improvements proposed will improve response times to the entire community, including the highest use areas, which include the low mod census tract areas. Funding requested and recommended to be fully funded is $64,100. The second public facility request is for $84,000 for the Anderson Recreation Center renovations. The Recreation Center is located at 125 West Walnut Avenue. The requested funding is for improvements of lobby classroom flooring, gymnasium and multi-purpose room flooring, as well as sporting equipment for their volleyball and basketball usage. Renovations will allow the Anderson Rec Center to maximize its use for youth and adult sports programs, to serve all ages and abilities, and create a more conducive environment for the community center patrons. It will also improve the facility as a rental space for special events. Funding requested and recommended is $84,000. The last capital improvement project is the Catholic Charities Emergency Repair Grant Program at $35,000. The Catholic Charities Merge Urge program provides mobile home emergency repair grants for seniors and other low-income households, facilitating emergency repairs to the property and safeguarding against imminent danger to human life, health, safety, and to protect the property from further structural damage due to natural disaster, fire, or structural collapse. Funding requested and recommended is $35,000. The CDBG loan programs we are not able to fund any of our CDBG loan programs through our Urban County Partnership CDBG money. We can only utilize our CDBG program income for these programs. HUD regulation requires CDBG-funded code enforcement efforts to be accompanied by public or private improvements or services. The Housing Rehab Revolving Loan Program addresses those regulations. Based on funding availability, qualified applicants can apply for needed housing rehabilitation loans of up to $50,000 to address life, safety, and code violations. The way it works with code enforcement is if the code enforcement officer goes out and it's in a low mod area, he provides them information to contact Community Development Division staff so that they can reach out to us and find out if they would qualify for these funds. The total requested appropriation from program income is $80,000. The Economic Development Revolving Loan Fund is recommended at $0 for 14-15 program income due to lack of program income. And just to provide a little clarity there, in 2014-15, the city allocated $50,000 of program income to bring the available balance for 14-15 to $200,000 in the Economic Development Revolving Loan Fund. Staff has received an eligible loan application for the entire fund balance of $200,000, in which staff will be making a recommendation to council on the 21st of this month for full funding. This will fully exhaust funds from that loan fund. With CDBG program income limited to the $80,000 available for program or loans, there will be no funding available to allocate to the Economic Development Revolving Loan Fund. We are looking at older projects that have been sitting out there for some time and maybe aren't moving forward, and reevaluating whether or not we can unencumber some of those funds. So we are working with those project stakeholders to find out if we can free up some funding so that we can fill that economic development revolving loan fund with some money, so we continue to have that tool to offer businesses to attract them to the city. Loan program delivery costs are here, and they are $57,105. It's needed to fund loan administration staff who process new loan requests and manage a portfolio consisting of 31 active housing rehab revolving loans totaling $875,000. There is a small balance of program income that'll be left over, the $3,693, that will stay in reserves. The Human Services Program has a total of $109,868. It's comprised of the 15% cap of that Urban County Partnership CDBG funds, $2,318 of our $1415 CDBG program income, and $48,141 of the Human Services Fund. That $48,141 is made up of the Comcast money, the utility donations, and the Human Services reserves. The city received 20 applications for funding, requests totaling $235,518. Our commission only had $109,868 to work with. They met on March 2nd to formulate their recommendation to council, and that recommendation is here. They recommend funding is detailed here by agency, and it would be utilizing the entire $109,868. The County of Santa Barbara has provided the city's home investment partnership allocation amount of $84,330. Staff recommends the council allocate the $84,330 in home funds to a TBRA program, which will be brought to the city council for recommendation for approval once we receive the draft agreement from the County of Santa Barbara. If the city does not approve the TBRA program at that time, the city does not have any other approved use for the home funds and would be in a position to leave the funds unreserved, allowing the county the option to allocate the funds to a project that may be outside of the city of Lompoc and which the city of Lompoc would not necessarily benefit from. In conclusion, the Lompoc Action Plan was posted for public review at the library and at City Hall on April 1st, 2015 for a 30-day public comment period. Staff will continue to receive comments from the public through May 1st, 2015. Copies of the signed City Council resolution, HUD certifications, minutes of the council meeting, and any public comments or written correspondence received during the 30-day public notice period will be forwarded to HUD with the Lompoc Action Plan. Staff recommends council adopt resolution number 597315, approving the fiscal year 2015-16 CDBG Home and Human Services Program budgets and related supplemental appropriations in Funds 43 and 44 attached thereto. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Okay, questions for Christie at this point? Councilmember Starbuck.
How long has the city had an action plan? This enclosure in here, City of Lompoc Action Plan?
We aren't required to create an action plan. Last year, I did an action plan. I believe it was the first one since we've been a member of the Urban County Partnership, and it was updated this year.
Who sees this?
We forward it on to the county so that they can incorporate it into their action plan as our component of it.
But with us being removed from the home consortium and CDBG consortium, we would no longer need this action plan then.
We will need it. This is the final year of that.
16 is.
15, 16 is our final year. So this is our last year of being a component of the county's action plan. Next year, we will have to have our own action plan. Again, the same thing that you're looking at now, but it would be for 16, 17.
One thing that stands out here, and I mean it stands out huge to me, is our capital improvement projects. Nobody in this whole valley applied for any capital improvement projects, none of our nonprofits.
We didn't solicit applications from anybody outside of the city.
Outside of the city, meaning City Hall?
City departments.
Right.
They only went to department heads.
Why?
That was a decision made at the administrative level to do that.
Isn't CDBG for the lower income? Well, I mean, I've got questions. I'll go ahead and receive an answer.
Sure, certainly. We made the decision to go ahead and do an internal notice for funding because the city has so many maintenance issues and renovation needs. I should say not maintenance, but renovation needs that we need to address, that we chose to do that internally.
And I can just add on that, Councilmember Starbuck, the challenge with funding many nonprofits, these CDBG capital funds, is they do come with a very, very stringent guidelines, bid processes, project management, prevailing wage requirements, interviews, oversight of the staff or the workers, the contractors, that many projects that are funded to nonprofits, they don't have the capacity to hire a project manager to oversee the project, and they end up giving money back, and those projects don't tend to move forward. That's something currently going on with the County of Santa Barbara with a couple of their capital projects.
Yeah, but in the big scheme of CDBG here, what we've done now is we're not doing any benefit to our lower income households or persons other than human services. We've done nothing in the prevention or elimination of slums and blight. I'm going right through the HUD website here, what you can use CDBG for, and it says it meet urgent community need where other funds are not available.
All of those capital projects are identified as benefiting low mod income persons because they are located within a low mod area benefit. That is one way of qualifying them.
But it seems like we're using a play on words here. The floor at the Anderson Rec Center is not going to help a person that needs something else, if you follow what I'm saying. You know, when you start doing the math on this, and it was just on your chart here, $670,000 in this cycle. Over 50% of this money is feeding back into the city. We're feeding the pig here, and we're not taking care of our needs outside is what I'm seeing. The only thing that we've done a capital improvement project, which we have done every year, is the $35,000 to Catholic Charities for the mobile home emergency repair, which, I'll be honest with you, I don't think anybody's ever taken advantage of that either. I don't know. If they have, good. That's what it's for.
They
but
do.
$35,000 out of, well, let's just say $70,000 out of $670,000. The rest of it is all being spent with us here in the city. Us. Admin, $73,000. Code enforcement, $74,000. Fire Department Emergency Response, $64,000. Anderson Rec, $84,000. Loan admin, $60,000. Staff admin again on home, $18,000. It's a huge amount of money that goes nowhere to do anything that the CDBG funds were designed to do.
public facilities are a allowable use, and they are facilities that the community use. The recreation center is a facility that is used by all of the community, and obviously the fire department serves our entire community in great need, and the code enforcement program, again, is a service to the community.
Anyone else before we go to public comment? Councilmember Mosby.
Just a couple questions, some of the same ones we had last night. More explanations, I guess, is what I had. Again, with the code enforcement, you've explained it a little bit, but some of the people communicated with me a little bit confused how that's really assisting them, and you had a good explanation last night, and if you could express that.
As far as code enforcement is only utilized, the budgeted funds of the CDBG dollars only pay for those who are identified in our track-it system within the low-mod area, those violations only. And then those violations, or those persons with violations, are then referred to Community Development Division staff if they don't have the means to address the violation or correct the violation. This last year, or currently year-to-date, we've done only 2, but that address some major code violations, and they were referred through that process.
So again, there are funds out there to assist the people after.
Oh, yeah.
So it is a health and safety issue is the reasoning and rationale for it, correct?
Correct.
And I think that's one of the things that needs to be out there is people can identify that there is a way to help correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's also the emergency repair grant through Catholic Charities. That is a grant. I mean, it's free money is the way I look at it as far as a grant. They go in there and they apply. If they qualify, they come out and they take care of those immediate repairs that need to be made.
And when the code enforcement officer is out there, is he identifying that there are opportunities for the people to make sure that they know that there is some potential funding?
It's identified in the letter that he gives them. He gives them the pamphlet. And then we're always working really hard as far as division staff to identify other resources that perhaps we don't even fund that could assist them.
Okay, and then the other question is, a couple more too, but the Comcast donation that will be disappearing, how do you anticipate filling that hole? Do you have a...
I don't have any magic dollars coming through, so...
Okay. One of the other questions that I had last night with you, and again, is that you can explain, when we talked about the home funds and how Santa Maria is using them for part of their first-time home buyer assistance, and Lompoc, we're in the TBRA program.
I did, following our conversation, I contacted my colleague in Santa Maria because I had recalled having a conversation with her where she said it wasn't going to work utilizing those home funds, and indeed it hasn't. So they're actually allocating, that program won't exist in Santa Maria. They're allocating their home funds to a senior affordable housing project instead of the home buyer assistance program.
Okay, so that'll be a correction in this.
Oh, yeah.
This
they start
great
that
document.
Yeah, the county starts that consolidated plan like 6 months in advance, and so back then, they ask us 6 months in advance of even knowing how much we're getting. What do you think your projects are going to be? And we have no idea. And so that's basically where a lot of that comes from, and it's amended as it goes along.
Okay, and then one other question that I have here is, I mentioned to you that there was a sidewalk on Calle Real in Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara is not part of our consortium. It is part of the county, granted, but they are on phase 2 of a 1,400 linear foot sidewalk in Santa Barbara, and they've been able to qualify that. So maybe you can explain a little more how that fits. Even though they're not part of it, they are part of it.
If the county can allocate any of their funds throughout the entire county. So county CDBG capital money has actually been allocated to even projects here in Lompoc. There's been prior year funding allocated to Good Sam Recovery Way Home for their roofing, Valley Haven, their sidewalk improvements they were doing. that's county capital, CDBG capital money that they allocated there. And as I was talking about before, Valley Haven is one of those projects that could not identify a project manager and quite possibly will lose that money because they can't complete the project.
Right, and I want to thank the Health and Human Service Commission because they are quite passionate what they do, and for those of you out there, this is like one of the little documents they get to look at along with a multitude of others they have to do to crunch numbers, and along with you as well. It's a very complex process. It really is. You guys are doing a passionate job. Do a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tagging on to Mr. Mosby's comment about the Human Services Commission, I don't think the public even can start to realize the job they have. But would they have $109,000 and
$235,000 in applications
in requests? And this commission, they go out and they interview every one of the applicants, and there's some really sad stories that they hear out there. So you're right, Councilman Mosby. They do a fantastic job trying to give as much as they can to the worthy agencies. Christy, I just have a couple questions. Human Services Commission, they put $13,000 of their reserve into this fund. Did they deplete the reserves?
They did. They did keep just enough for their emergency grant that they're allowed to do $1,000 and a little bit more, I think, in order to, if necessary, fund the Bridge House Transportation Assistance Program that they've been assisting with to get homeless clients or Bridge House clients across that bridge.
Okay. And what was their reasoning for depleting their reserves?
They weren't aware that they had them.
Oh.
And so when that was brought to their attention that they did have a significant reserve sitting there, they just felt like those requests, are so high and there's such a demand from the nonprofits for funding that they really wanted to use every dollar they could.
Okay, well, good. And then the sort of a comment, Councilmember Mosby asked about the Comcast, and I'm not, as Christy said, she doesn't have a crystal ball and we don't know, but we thought we had lost that $25,000 this year, and it was about to come to the council to ask us to supplement that. And I'm assuming something like that may happen next year. It may. And then, Councilmember Starbuck, we can pay back a little bit. Okay, we'll open this up for public comment at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. Who?
Mayor?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Brad Wilkie, Finance Director. Comcast is not going to pay that $25,000 next year. They've
I realize that.
Specifically said that.
Yeah, I realize that. Yeah, that's what I said. It'll probably come back to us to try to come up with money. Okay. Thank you, Christy.
You're welcome.
We'll open this up for public comment.
Mayor, Councilman, Nicholas Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. Mr. Mosby, Mr. Wellemeyer, I appreciate your explanation and your stance on code enforcement, but I must say you have somewhat of a disconnect with the realities of this community. Over half of our community actually falls probably within the low and moderate income definitions. Probably over half of our housing falls within 30 plus years of age. That being said, it creates this horrible combination of having a lot of people that own and or occupy housing where there's very limited resources to address it. Despite what you may think, I think most people want to maintain your property value and do what they can for their house. But the reality is that they don't have the economic resources to do so. And that is very evident in the fact that we have almost $2 million in uncollectible utilities. You guys need to wake up and look at the economic demographics a little closer and start taking some of these resources and putting them to a little bit better use instead of backfilling budgets and things. This is not the first time I've come up here and state this. And I was really shocked in talking to the community to hear some people say, well, if you can't afford to maintain it, you shouldn't own it. And I've actually heard that from several staff and elected leaders. And if that's truly how you feel, then I'm going to tell the residents of Lompoc, when you come to us for these $9 million bonds for a garage and these $10 million bonds for a police station and the $9 million bond for whatever else you need, to have the same compassion towards the city that you're having towards our low and moderate income home buyers. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have it.
Okay, wait. We don't do that. This is a long agenda tonight, so if you have something to say, would you move on up and get in line up here so we don't waste a bunch of time?
Sorry, Mayor. John Lynn, resident of Lompoc, Mayor, council members. The first thing I'd like to mention to you is tonight we have an action item that is scheduled to go to the County Board of Supervisors on the 21st. We developed long ago a policy in this council that an item was to come to the council at least 2 meetings prior to when an action was required. And tonight we have not done that. I was also disappointed to see that in the past, the council has received a selection of projects to look at for CDBG funds. And I think we, as a council, work very hard to make those funds fit the most urgent needs. This evening, you're presented with a kind of a take it or leave it, here it is approach. You know that we have a great number of needs. We all understand that. And this is the first time that the Anderson Recreation Center has come up for such a large amount of money, and I go there once a week to do a TAP TV show, so I took an opportunity to be a little more observant when I was there yesterday, and looked at the flooring and said to myself, well, if that was in my store, I'd be quite happy with it. So what else is there in our city that we are in more need of? We have a delayed request for a handicapped restroom at the theater. This council has talked repeatedly about putting handicapped restrooms into 2 of our most used parks, which are in the low mod income area. One of our parks has not had an operative restroom in more than 10 years. We have a porta potty. I would think that might be a little more urgent than some new flooring for a building that has flooring that's adequate to use now. So what I would suggest to the council is to take a moment and find out if you can change some of these priorities to things that aren't on the list. And for those of you who served on the council last year or who attended the meeting, think about the things that we turned down that were pretty urgent, but we just didn't have the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for action. Oh, City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to reiterate, I stand by my comments. Not dissuaded by the compelling arguments that Mr. Gonzalez might share, but I don't think any of the points that he made or attempted to make speak to the points that I made in my presentation earlier about the quality of our code enforcement activities, and I still stand by my statements. Secondly, the last name's Miller. It's the 25th letter of the alphabet followed by the name Miller. I usually don't correct people. I don't care that much about the pronunciation, but I kind of figure 15 months into this, I should probably get that corrected for the record. Thanks.
Okay. Bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I'm kind of disappointed in the fact that our staff went and took this upon themselves to do these projects, and we didn't utilize this funding for what I consider the original intent of it. So I'm probably just going to throw a no vote on this, even though I know that it has to be taken care of.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Hondo.
Yeah, I will move the staff recommendations that we have before us tonight. There's a lot of changes, a lot of concerns everybody does have, but I think we can go ahead and start working on them. And there's some things I'd like to see too, is the idea just how many houses and buildings that utilize the service you got it completed. But it's got to get done and got to get going. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilmember Mosby.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to discuss something.
Sure.
In these documents coming towards us, it's such almost a rush moment. And this is a process that happens every year. And let's learn from what we have. Some people seem concerned, and let's put it on the forefront, and let's try to give ourselves a little bit more time next time. And some people feel we can do a better job next year. Let's do a better job next year. Let's move forward. That's my questions are. I was at the Health and Human Service Commission meeting. They have meetings routinely there, once a month over in there. I don't think they have too many visitors come in, but let's get some visitors there. Let's get our input there, and if people feel that we need to do better for the community, let's do better for the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, I agree also. We just need to make sure we put people first and the families first in our monies. These are very important funds. Code enforcement's all good and great. It's very important to raising the bar of our city, but again, we have families in need, and we just need to make a better effort to make sure that they're put on the front burner. So.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 7. This is a discussion of consideration to authorize staff to initiate first steps necessary to construct a new fire station. Chief Lattipow.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, all those folks in the audience, I'm sure you're all here for my item, and those of you at home. You have my staff report. I'm going to run through a PowerPoint. Some of these you've seen before, but some of them are a result of comments, and questions during the last session. I will try to go through it very quickly. I do end with my request or recommendations. I can remember how to make it work. Middle button or? Oh. Okay, at the 17th meeting, this is the instructions that you gave me, the direction you gave me. Number 1 is done. We did seek input from the Public Safety Commission. One of the commissioners are here. And the action from the public, or the recommendation from the Public Safety Commission is in the staff report. And that recommendation was to continue to move forward. Research possible funding options. You'll see some of those results within the fiscal impact section. You authorized supplementing up to $100,000 out of our fiscal impact fees to continue the design phases and preparation of the development plan. You did authorize the submission of the project to planning. I kind of high-centered on that, and I'll tell you why in a minute. And you asked that we return to you no later than today, which I'll be honest with you, about 3 weeks ago I wasn't sure I was going to make that date, but I'll point out a mistake I made as a result of my rush. Feasibility studies, you've seen these. What we ended up with was that site right there. As a result of the direction you gave me to continue to move forward, I had the opportunity to meet with the property owner of the 3 parcels that make up this site. Very accommodating, professional individual. At the onset of the meeting, he commented that they weren't for sale. We had some back and forth discussion. He does have plans for this site. Later on in the discussion, it became obvious that the cost, if it were for sale, would probably be out of the range of the project. So we went back. And took a look at all those other options, and I'll show you where we ended up here in a minute. At the last meeting, there was a fair amount of discussion about the lot across the street from the fire station. So we did go back and revisit that parcel, which is, depending on who you talk to, anywhere from a quarter to two-thirds or to a third of an acre. Interesting enough, after I left our meeting on the 17th, the very next morning, I stood in the driveway of Fire Station 1 and attempted to visualize the footprint of the building sitting across the street. Well, here are the deficiencies. Limited space. What I realized standing there looking at it that I didn't realize when we had the first discussion, right on the northern property line and the eastern property line are utility lines. They would have to be undergrounded should we move forward with that site. And our other reality is building the fire admin and EOC on that site, if we could shoehorn it in, and that would be the direction you gave me, it still would not negate the need to build a new fire station too. We would still have an out-of-date station that's too small sitting down there serving that end of the city. So that's a little more information than I had ready for you on the 17th. And then we took it to another level and did a comparison. Okay, the combined facility and this is a correction. The staff report has the wrong amount. The combined facility that we're proposing today, after we've gone back and totally fine-tuned and re-looked at every step again, including contingencies, including escalation, $15,814,000. I know that's a lot of money. It's hard for me to even say it. However, the separate buildings, we strip out the station, the footprint at the new station. We make it just a pure task force station. We take the admin out and move it. We take the EOC piece out and move it, and it increases. The biggest reason for the increase is a duplicative process. Duplicate our traffic studies, duplicate our environmental studies, duplicate our permitting process, and then there's the fact that we're going to have to get some variances because that lot across from Station 1 is in the Old Town Specific Plan. So here's where we're headed. After we went back and looked at all of our options, realizing that O Street corridor is definitely the preferred corridor for access to the core and Central, et cetera, and our access to the airport, we went back and reconfigured and dropped this in on a piece of property that the airport owns. Following this, I requested from the city administrator to meet with the folks that basically oversee the airport enterprise program, Kevin McCune, Mike Luther, and Mr. Fernbaugh, and we said, this is the place, if we're going to lease land, if we're going to expand for land, this is where we really need to be. And they agreed to work with us, and that's one of my requests to you tonight. Here's the model. Now, it's hard on a PowerPoint to see the differences, but every color change or every shade equals a minute. What we end up with here is a real nice split in the city as far as station locations, as far as access streets, and as far as response. In the real color map, what you see is most of this map is a shade of green, meaning it's somewhere between 1 to 4 minutes. The areas that do not turn green is because there's no roads. This is an actual time response modeling, including grade, including curve. Didn't come out so well, sorry. The last meeting, I believe I did everybody a disservice, including my crews. I spent an awful lot of time talking about the future and made it look like this whole building, this whole project, was for the future. Well, after I went back and took a look at my notes and took a look at all the recommendations that have been coughing up since 2007, took a look at Station 2, took a look at our needs, I realized a substantial piece of this is actually catch-up with some future in it. You've seen this graph before. This is where we're tracking. We are, in fact, on that trajectory. If this month, right now, we reverted to the same call load from this month forward as we had in 2014. We would break the 4,000 call barrier. That's how busy we've been in the first quarter of the year. So we are on this trajectory. The forecast is right on today. I always love to show you the apparatus bay at Station 2. It's just a thing I have, so hopefully you'll bear with me. Again, catch up. 2013 master plan, 2007 report. It's too small. We got to do something with it. We went back between our last meeting and this meeting. We reconvened the design team. We went back and tore the station apart again, tore the plan apart again. My challenge to the team was, if we are over, if we are exorbitant in any area, I want to know about it. And what I found was they had been extremely conservative, and we're probably going to make some internal changes that won't drive the cost, but we found a couple rooms that are probably too small. You've already seen all that. What you haven't seen is this. And I take to heart all the comments I get from the public, the comments and questions I get from the council. And what I realized is, as a technician, this is so clear to me. As somebody who's built fire stations in the past, this is so clear to me. But building a fire station is not something we do every day. So if you'll bear with me just for a few minutes, let me walk you through what I call the building blocks. Obviously, we have to have a place to store the firefighting gear. We have to have drains. We have to have dryers. We have to have extractors. That's all driven by national standards and OSHA. So that starts the core, if you will, of the apparatus bay. Storage above the area, no wasted space in this station. This station has a mezzanine above the apparatus bay for storage. In this station, because there was a comment that, wow, you're going to be able to shoot this is going to be a ghost for the first couple of years. That's not necessarily true, and again, this doesn't show up so great. So the battalion chief's rig, this is a headquarters station. The battalion chief's rig comes out the back into that driveway, if you remember the layout. The first out engine comes out the front. The ladder truck that will be relocated here because of the risk in that area comes out the front. The rescue squad comes out the front. The future, here's the future right here. That's the quick attack for the airport as the airport activity picks up. And then these are reserve rigs that we don't have room for right now. A reserve engine and a reserve brush engine. The reserve brush engine, for some of you who are familiar with Station 1, that tin building that's across the street from the station, that's where the reserve brush engine lives today. Well, the colors are not coming out well. What you can't see is there's a box around this whole apparatus bay. That's an 8,800 square foot box. A majority of the station is garage. Hose towers have to be there. You have to have stairs to get up and down. It's code. Here's the administration. Many of these rooms are multi-purpose rooms to support the EOC during an activation. The future here is the prevention officer to assist the fire marshal, the training captain to assist the training officer, the admin assistant, and a deputy fire chief, which won't happen anytime soon. That's the future in this portion of the building. All the rest is to support the operation in 2018. And that's the box around the office with the support. And the support, I use the term support loosely, it's the janitor's closet, it's the mechanical room, it's the restrooms. 5,580 square feet. Now, the EOC is actually a multi-purpose set of rooms. The EOC is a training room with, when you combine it with some of the other rooms that I already showed you, and we add some breakout rooms, but a majority of this is dedicated to training. The support of the EOC truly comes from the small conference room, the medium-sized conference room, and some of the offices out here. Literally, once we activate the EOC, we will have the ability to have an alternate seat of government in the event City Hall is not inhabitable. And when it's not being used for an EOC, we'll be using it for multiple other functions throughout the week. So the training with the multi-purpose rooms and the /EOC is 2,996 square feet. Living space is a 24/7 operation. The 24-hour shifts have been proven throughout the West over and over again. And it's interesting, there's a blog going on right now on the International Association of Fire Chiefs website as to what are the alternatives out there that are cheaper than a 3-platoon system, and they're not. Subsequently, you have to have some way of accommodating those folks in between calls. And I was joking with the crews today, looking at the call trajectory, I'm not so sure you're going to be using the bunk rooms very often. But what we don't have right now is the ability to segregate living quarters and bathrooms. The question I asked the design team point blank during our last meeting is, have we solved that problem with this design? And yes, we have. It's 2 bedrooms per bathroom shower. And obviously, we have a kitchen and dining area. We have restrooms. Those of you who haven't visited Station 1, there's 1 shower upstairs. That's strategically placed in the 2nd story to minimize the footprint, but also to accommodate quick access to the apparatus bays. There will be 2 points of access, actually 3 counting the stairs, from, if you want to count the elevator that I'm going to try to negotiate out with the building official, because I believe we're exempt from an ADA requirement. So there'll be 2 points of quick response down in the apparatus bay strategically located. The hose tower, EOC, living quarters, the living space takes up a little over 4,000 feet. So that's how we build a fire station. And I can stand here today in all confidence and share with you, we have used every nook and cranny. Here's where we're at. Needs assessments done, architectural programs done, got the book here. Site visibility studies, we've studied it till I just can't find that amount of dirt anymore. Preliminary design is complete. We're still in schematic. After I met with you on the 17th, we met with planning. The team went with planning, and they gave me a dose of reality. So as a result of that, the project schedule has been changed. If you recall, the dream was to put this station in service in 2017. That was an unrealistic projection on my part. Thank you very much. So we've added a few steps with their assistance, and now we're projecting, if we continue to move, and understand this is only another step. There seems to be some concern out there that I'm asking you to spend $16 million tonight. I am not, but I won't turn it down. No. As you can see, we're now out into 2018. And here's the budget. And unlike what's in your staff report, this does equate to the 15 million, I forgot the rest of the numbers figure. Again, the reason the EOC is shown separately is we are going to do a full court press on grants to help at a minimum furnish the EOC component. But the EOC piece of this project is technically 516 square feet and it equates to $290,000. So here's what's in the staff report. Here's the ask. I would ask that you direct us. By the way, you guys don't know, I've got a shock collar on, and whenever I get too far from the mic, Stacy pushes the button. Here's the ask. These are in your staff report. We would like now for your approval to move forward with negotiating a lease with the airport enterprise. We would now like to go to planning, and to do that, we need to prepare development plans, conduct environmental and traffic studies, and our plan is to do a lot of this simultaneously, and we've been advised by planning it can be done, so we can get it to the Planning Commission for their review. I need some more money. You graciously allowed me to spend out of the fire impact fees to get us to this point. And I actually have enough in the impact fees to get 2 more tasks done with our architectural team, but I don't have enough left in the impact fees to fund the traffic study and the environmental study. So I'm asking for $44,500. We would like to do some more work on the project financing plan in addition to what's already in the fiscal impact section, and I'll let Mr. Wilkie field any questions on that. The resolution is a component of future financing, from what I understand, very similar to what you did for the project that's going in at the old lumber yard. And we would like to move forward with executing a interdepartmental agreement defining the rate and terms of the long-term city reimbursement to the airport reimbursement or enterprise fund. And I would like to come back to you no later than July 7th with an update. Those are a few slides to take up a whole lot of staff report and share with you a very important project. And I will attempt to answer any questions or defer.
Thank you. Question? Councilmember Mosby.
Comes back to the old major question I have is money. Yeah, I mean, is there any idea, Mr. Wilkie? Money, where it's going to come from? I mean, should we wait until after we do this budget cycle so we can see, or, I mean, help me out here.
Well, as Chief Latapel mentioned, the ending of the construction, if this all goes through, the ending of the construction is in 2018, which is beyond this current proposed 15-17 budget cycle. If we were to do bond financing for this, that bond financing would not have to be, the repayment of that would not have to start until construction's completed. So we have roughly 3 years between the time that we make the decision of building or not building and when the payment stream has to start happening to be able to pay that off. What we don't know right now is how much grant money we can get, how much infrastructure assessment district financing we might be able to get. As you know, the state took away a major component of our ability to do construction of community assets, which was the redevelopment agency. Had we had that available for us, that could have been a financing tool that would not create any additional debt for the city. It would have been RDA debt paid for out of the 1% taxes that people pay, no more. That's no longer available, but there are replacements that have been put in place by the legislature to allow this type of financing to go forward. That's something we can address. That's something we can research as we go along. We're currently actively using a firm for grant funding applications. They will be, somebody will be referring to look for alternative funding sources. So this is not just something where we have looked at one single solution, which would be a general fund funded program. There are many other options out there right now to help whittle away that backstop.
So potentially we're looking at what's a $16 million project. There could be $25 million bond covering everything. But if we get some grant, that would knock it down a little bit. And do you have some, got a head nod, do you fill me in, help me out?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to, the blanket beginning position, I'm debt averse normally. I'm not I'd rather do pay as you go, as we go. I don't believe that's going to be possible for us to meet our needs that are facing us with the fire service facilities, with police service facilities, and ultimately with some of our park facilities. Unfortunately, the cans, I don't want to relive the past. All we can do is work for today and plan for the future. But the can's been kicked down the road, and we have to quit kicking the can at this point. We've got to play catch up, and then prepare ourselves better for going forward. Which means, as much as we don't like, issuing debt, I don't see any other way out to meet our needs. Particularly because some of the things that haven't been in the discussion here is how each of for instance, our fire insurance that we have to, our homeowners insurance, the rates we have to pay are very much dependent upon things like how we are evaluated in our fire service and configuration. So if we, as a city, don't make these types of investments, we as individual property owners will end up paying the tab in another way. So as we recognize the needs to protect our community and to help preferably do this in the most cost-effective way, I think, unfortunately, the issuance of some bonds is going to be necessary. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. That having been said, how much, as you correctly pointed out and as Mr. Wilkie alluded to, how much exactly we need to come up with internally versus what's available out there is really a matter for the future to unfold. We're going to be aggressive on going after any dollars that are available. I will say, right now for tonight, we're not asking you to commit to the entire project. We are asking you to take the next step. One of the good things about this critical next step is it helps to put us in the position of having a more shelf-ready project. So in the interim between the time we're ready to actually construct and build the project, there may well, and now, there may well be funds that come available that are for shelf-ready projects. And to the extent we can get ourselves more shelf-ready, then we'll be better positioned to be able to attract matching funds and the like. In the long term, we will not come and ask you as a council to commit yourself to the larger, bigger amounts until we're doing part and parcel with that a projection of our city funding, particularly the general fund and its health, taking realistic views as to our revenue growth, what's going on with economic development, what's going on with the general economy, what's going on with our particular city, with all of that, and balancing that against the needs. As we do this, the only way we're going to pull it off is we have to continue to show the same level and even tighter stewardship, perhaps, in various areas of how we conduct business. One of the tough things about the downturn in the economy over the last several years is we had to do budget cutting. One of the good things is we learned how to do budget cutting. And we can keep our purse strings real tight, and we're going to have to continue to do that. And we have to continue to be aggressive in how we enhance our revenue sources. And I'm not talking about increasing tax base or, by hiking taxes or fees or anything, other than being realistic in our impact fees. Normally, we should have enough built up in our impact fees if we were assessing those properly all along, that we'd have enough to make a good component of the investment that we have here. But really, when I'm talking about enhance, we have to continue to be very aggressive in what we're doing with economic development and what we're doing with doing our outreach to make this more of a destination. All of that's going to factor in and feed into our ability to make this project work and be able to pay the debt. So where the money comes from, unfortunately, we don't have the cash available. We're going to have to rely on our continued vigorous efforts to enhance our revenues, to keep a tight waistband on our spending, and to continue to make good, cost-effective decisions on things like this project.
Yeah, that's a long one. I know. I don't think anybody up here doesn't believe we need this station. I know you definitely sold us on it. We know that it's needed, like you say. When they first occupied the old station, too, that it was needed, pretty much. My point of concern is we are able, if we do have to fully bond this, probably some $800,000 a year, there would be general fund money. And most definitely, I want to make sure, because we've got a lot of other commitments. And this new budget cycle comes through, I think it'll answer a lot of our questions. That's I'm going forward to the next step, but a lot of people have come to me and said, well, you're already for $16 million. Where's the money going to come? I just want to clarify that, like you said, project ready, and we're not committing the money until we know that we can't afford this.
Absolutely, and I do want to reiterate, we'll have good, strong pro formas looking forward, particularly as they relate to our general fund, but we'll do them with all comprehensive funds too. Because the last thing I want to do is lead you down a path that casts us into a state of financial distress. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We'll be a lot more creative. What we're trying to do is to do the more, but we still need to do that, take responsible action, and that's weighing these costs and methods of financing versus our needs and the desire to keep our community safe.
Councilmember Vega.
Again, I'm down to Mr. Weimiller or Chief, Mr. Wilkie. The use of public funds I agree we need the fire station, but again, we never really get down to what the impact is on payments. We always beat around the bush. It seems like that we're saying, okay, we're going to get a bond. I come from the finance world myself, and I've never seen a system where we say it's okay and we don't know what it's going to cost us and what the impact is going to be on our residents. We do not know. No one has even mentioned it. All we say is we're going to get a bond, we need this, we need that. What's it going to cost? What's it going to be the impact? We have a deficit that we're still trying to put together as far as in our city as we speak. We've raised rates, we've done all kinds of things, and we haven't yet we don't even have our accounting systems up to par to where we can track that, but we continue to spend money that we can't track. So anyway, my question is, what is the impact on our residents once you pull out this bond?
Well, we're not proposing to increase any tax base or tax rate. So from a standpoint of what's the impact to the residents, we're not asking that their property tax go up, that they pay more in sales tax, or anything like that. What it is ultimately a trade-off of opportunity. In other words, if we are committing some level of general fund to this project, what is it that we're foregoing otherwise? And any number of other things you might come up with. So that's why it's a great question, but it's difficult to answer because until you get down to the point that you're saying something like, listen, we could spend $15 million to build these fire department facility needs versus where would you spend that $15 million otherwise, do we get to understanding what the impacts to the community are? Because ultimately, if we have $15 million to spend and allocate, we want to make sure we're doing it where we're having the greatest impact and benefit to the community. And our suggestion is for this amount of money, that this is the manner in which we'd best invest that money. So the trade-off is, for the moment, we don't build the new park. For the moment, we're not hiring a lot of additional firefighters because what we're doing is saying we've got an adequate staffing for the time being of firefighters, and instead we're investing in equipment and facilities in that regard.
Again, I'm going to come back to this same question is, it seems like we spend money and we pay for it later. You know, somebody's going to pay for it later. We're not going to be taxed. It's not free. I understand this. But you're saying the taxes won't increase, okay, on the people that live in this city. The other question is that I haven't heard answers is the lease agreement for the airport. Even though we're talking about money just to get to the planning stage, we haven't talked about what the lease rate is, what's the return, what's it going to cost us there, and is there any discount in leasing back from the airport where it comes back to us since it's city-owned property, I believe, okay?
Right. Well, we have property acquisition costs, whether it be a lease of existing airport property or the purchase of other property that we don't currently own. We have property acquisition costs. If, for instance, we were to build on currently private property, we'd be increasing the initial cost, the capital cost to build the facilities, and we'd be incorporating that in our bond financing and increasing those annual payments that would go with that. In terms of looking at the lease, one of the actions being requested here is to authorize me to develop and execute an interdepartmental agreements that define what the rates and the terms are of that. I'd say on the high end, you might be looking at a couple $100,000 a year that would end up going from, let's say, the general fund or other identified funds to airport funds. So it stays in the family, but those dollars then have to go to the airport fund and be used within airport purposes. We have several needs at the airport, so it's not like lost money or building up piles of cash unnecessarily. We have great needs there, including, by the way, to enhance our reserve funds there. I don't know ultimately if it'll be as high as $200,000 a year. It may be less. We've got to look at a market analysis because we have to pass. It has to be more than just us looking, saying, well, I think it should be this much. We need to do market analysis because we have to give a fair market rate to make the lease payment in order it to pass muster with the FAA, who has provided the funds to have this land acquisition for the airport. So we've got processes to go through that are going to identify exactly how much that is, but that's one of the next steps and one of the actions that we're asking you to do. So I can't say today how much that is, but that's part of getting your support tonight is for us to take those steps as well.
Thank you, Patrick. One other question I have is, has there been an analysis on versus purchasing the property that we have $1 or $2 million? We're talking about $15 to $16 million anyway, it sounds like, okay? Wasn't the cost the same, including purchasing the land previously from the estimate that you gave us?
My assumption of what the asking price would be for the land was pretty off mark with what the property owner believes it's worth.
And for us, we've done some traffic and call response analysis, and we see the importance of the O Street corridor. And if you start limiting to where we're going to have the greatest operational benefit to those areas, then really we're looking at the suitable land that's available as the one we discussed before, immediately south of the airport property that we've identified here as well. I doubt we'd be able to get into a willing buyer, willing seller arrangement given their current displayed attitude toward willingness to sell and their belief in valuation. I think we'd be going through an eminent domain action. We'd be taking property that really right now is not only privately owned and yielding property tax income, but that is planned for other industrial, light industrial development in the area. I think someone has, more than one of you have identified it being prime real estate for those purposes. And so we're balancing out, well, where do we have the best impact in terms of land use as well? And that's why, my direction, I got a little strong-handed in the process of saying, I really believe our superior choice is to go back and examine that airport property. I think it's eventually the most cost effective. It has the least impact on private real estate interests, and it still serves, this ideal service location and corridor for call response.
Councilmember Humdahl. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Councilmember Humdahl.
As we look at it tonight, and like I said, the airport, you needed, another 44,000 thereabouts to go ahead and finish the plan and then at that time it comes back to the council, all right, this is what it's going to cost us, this is how we're going to do it. I think that's what we really need. That way we do need that facility. I always thought it was nicer to go ahead and buy that commercial property, but what I've heard since then, buying the airport property, but indirectly, instead of giving somebody else the money, we're going to be paying ourselves a lease or rent or pay off on that. And that can be used at the airport. We'll find other uses. If you don't use the money that we'd have to give them from our own account, that money could be used someplace else within inside the city.
It has to be used in terms of lease payment, would have to be used for airport purposes.
Which means any type of airport purpose that we're paying for now out of the general fund, right?
Correct. Well, we're not providing much of any general fund support right now. The airport is fairly self-sustaining. However, it does have itself deferred maintenance and other future capital needs, and this would help to fund those.
So that's what I'm getting at. There's other things coming into the airport. If the plane service starts coming in and everything else, there's going to be some needs there. So I'd like to see the project go to the next level, and we need the 44,000, get to the next level. Comes back to us, all right, then the decision how it's going to be funded and when it's going to happen. We need it. We need the additional services, and we got to keep looking into the future. If we had thought that way 30 years ago, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. So I think that's what I'm real pleased with, what way it's going. But when you come back after spending the 44, getting that plan, getting the master plan, come back with, then that decision we can make how we're going to go.
And I'm sure it's obvious to council, every step on this project, I've built in a check back, and this is no different.
Councilman Starbuck.
Well, a couple of things here. February 17th, the project, in my eyes, was a movable project. We assumed we could acquire the property for this. We were on board. The last thing we wanted to do was get involved in renting for a project from ourselves. Now, 6 weeks later, we're saying, you know what, this will benefit us. Well, airport, enterprise, fire, general fund, unknown figure. We don't know what fair market value is. A fire station is built to last how long? 30 years?
This station will last in excess of 50 years.
So 50 years we pay rent based on fair market value, and I don't know if we'll have to include CPIs or any other increases. A huge unknown variable for us to deal with here tonight. The other part of it that kind of disturbed me is the fact that all of a sudden we're trying to tie a bond in for a fire station with a transit center. So now we're dealing with funds in the general fund, we're dealing with federal, state funds, transportation funds, and I see a confusion that's starting to come out in that. There's really just not enough information here. How much is this going to cost us in 50 years where we could in turn have possibly looked to buy something? The other thing that I want to kind of remind council about is this going to be the ideal location? This is my question, and I know you've got times and graphs and responses and all that, and you're right on the money. But on the other hand, here we are unable to annex a little 10-acre piece to the north. We're going into trench warfare next week with the county. Maybe we're going to be forced to try and annex out to Florida, or push harder to get in Magdalena Canyon, or jump the river and go east, if the county will not let us go to the north. So there could be boundary changes happen, and we don't really know what our future is currently on this.
And if I can take it backwards, and then I'll turn the bond thing over. The boundary changes, you're right. We have taken into account what's been discussed so far. The 10-acre, that
It's
fits
irrelevant.
the footprint. The reason it fits the footprint is because the response footprint takes into account the ranch project up the hill. The response footprint fits there. It fits that 10 acre. That's a no-brainer. The response footprint fits the Bailey Avenue corridor discussions. We're already serving Megalito Canyon. We're first response up there in our very positive agreement, automatic gate agreement with the county. The wild card is if you do jump the river. To a degree, we can serve. However, we have to plan for what we know today, and I've tried to incorporate everything that's been approved and everything that's been discussed. The question is 2 stations enough to serve the city with what we know today on the plans that are out there? Absolutely. However, if you begin to annex west or east, we're going to need to reconfigure. But the density is still within the core area that these stations will serve. I can serve up the hill unless you go past Burton Mesa Highway or Burton Mesa. So we've tried to take that future potential annexations into account. We did not get direction at the last meeting to negotiate any land deals. I walked very softly in my meeting with the landowner and made it very clear I was not empowered to negotiate because I didn't have that direction. So I also didn't have that direction when we sat down with the airport. However, that's what we're asking you for today. The bond question I cannot answer. That's why I became a fire chief.
I'm sure that's going to be a long, complex answer, too.
Nor might what I add is that on our agenda to resolve tonight, we're not asking you to resolve things like an understanding of the complexities of the bond or to create known what the unknown is about the lease. What we're asking for is the approval of the $44,565 for consulting services and then to proceed with those steps that'll help to begin to open up and make known those things that are unknown now, including lease payments, including bond configurations and what those might look like.
One question I have, if somebody could answer this. On recommendation 5, it says establishing official intent to reimburse certain fire station expenditures from proceeds of indebtedness.
You don't want to be a bond person, huh? Brad Wilkie, Finance Director. The mechanism for issuing bonds, typically you're not allowed to do any part of the project until the bonds are issued. This resolution to utilize bond proceeds to reimburse yourself allows you to take into account some of the planning, design, activities that occur before construction begins. So it doesn't tie you into making a loan, doesn't tie you into doing debt, but if you do debt, you can then go back in and recoup what you had spent on some of the design work, the pre-development work. So this is a fairly standard thing. We did this with the 2005 and 2007 bonds for the some water projects and also the wastewater treatment plant. It allows you to go backwards to capture some of the costs that would otherwise be, in this particular case, expenses that would be appropriated out of the general fund that could then be capitalized and spent and paid for over time along with the whole entire project. One comment I'd like to make, and that's the answer to your question, I hope that's enough, but to answer your previous question about the complexity of the bonds, it will be complex, but it will also gives us some economies to scale because we wouldn't have to go out and get 2 different bond attorneys. We wouldn't have to go out and get 2 different financial advisors. We do have experience with having bonds with different entities. The 1992, 1998, 2005, and 2007 bonds were actually with 2 different entities, the water division and the wastewater division. And all 4 of those bonds have been done in conjunction with those two entities. Actually, there's three entities involved because the redevelopment agency acted as the go-between for us to be able to issue that debt. We've had no problems with being able to issue that debt or to manage the debt repayment after the fact. So I believe we have enough experience with that with our bond advisors to be able to do this and create some economies of scale from using it for two different projects without doing it separately for two different projects and then have compounding some of the issuance costs. So.
Okay, I just have, it's nice going last because most of the questions have been asked, many of the answers. Just a couple things. Chief Ladapow, you've mentioned that you've pretty much exhausted all options for property. A couple things have been brought to me, and I'm sure I'm not sure, but I'm assuming there's either a reason you didn't look at it or you didn't. Two of the things were Ken Adam Park, city-owned property. Had that been looked at, and is that even a feasibility with the overlay?
Okay, the further north you go, you start to disadvantage some of the areas. It is not normal to build a fire station on the edge of a community. You normally would build it where you have good access to all roads, to the core, etc. I did model up in that corner, but the model, what happens is the model uncovers other areas. So in other words, if we moved that far north, we would have to add a third station just to make our response times. Not that we needed it for any other reason, but to make sure the response time holes were plugged.
Okay. And the other one that came up during discussion was we've got 82 acres over by Allen Hancock College. Any portion of that, can that be used?
It's the same explanation.
Okay.
It's on the edge of the city. It doesn't fit the grid real well, and we disadvantage some areas of the city. And I have to tell you, I could no longer cover the city with only 2 stations if we move that far north.
See, I knew you had looked at it. Okay, we're going to open this up for public comment. Anyone that wants, come forward, yes. And please line up so we don't waste a lot of time. Go ahead. There you go.
I did something unusual for public comment. My name is Deanne Carr. Deanne Carr. There's my card. Council and mayor. I did something unusual, I guess, for public comment.
Excuse me one second. Do we have the clock running?
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Why don't you give her a full 3 minutes?
Okay. So here's Chief Ladipow's chart, this graph of need that was in, and math is hard. It's difficult. But in this case, you don't do a graph with 3 sides. And in this case, you have 2 different measures on the left and the right, which amounts to apples and oranges. And there's no way in this chart of being able to look at the relationship between those 2 numbers. And so what I did was, is just kind of roughed up. This is what it should look like, is you have the count, you have the population on the left-hand side, and you also, it's a number on the left-hand side. It's a number, it's a count. And then you have the red is the population, and down below you have the blue, which is the incidence. And now you get a better picture of what the movement is, what the relationship is between those 2. And looking at the first one, it does look really alarming. When I first saw that, I thought, oh my gosh, we do need a bigger firehouse. We need a bigger firehouse like Jaws. But I think we need to look at that and think, where is the data? I don't see any data points when I look at the original thing. I don't know where this data comes from. It's also, we need to, if we're going to trend, then we need to trend backward beyond, or earlier than 2013, and see where we've been. And so it just seems like an incomplete graph. The first graph was just not complete. And if that's our needs assessment, then I think we need to go back and ask some questions. And my questions are, if this is fire, the demand of fire in the next 20 years, what about police? And if we're just focusing on a firehouse, then we also have the problem with the police. And we just saw tonight a presentation of what they're looking to do, and they're going to squeeze every inch out of that building. And so I just think we could do better combining those two projects and looking at a public safety center, especially given Homeland Security is the umbrella now, and to have a place where we can locate all of those 22 different agencies, have a place to work those different agencies right here in Lompoc when there's a disaster. So, look at my notes here. So, yes, we need a new firehouse, but it's not fair to us to have this go, and now suddenly we have this burning need. This has been a need for a while, and so I think regardless, we need to back up a little bit and make sure that we're spending the money wisely and just do some more homework before we go forward with this. We've got a lot more to accomplish than just the firehouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. John Lynn, Lompoc resident. I want to remind you of a few things. And the chief and I agree we have a problem and we need to resolve it. But I want to take a minute to look at a broader picture. We all sat here not too long ago where we were struggling with water bonds and the cost we were having to increase our water. We struggled with sewer bonds and the cost we were having to increase our sewer rates. And now we're looking at a combined bond package of $15 million for fire, $9 million for police, and my best guesstimate, $6 million for parks, so about $30 million, which by my calculations would be a repayment rate on a 3.5 interest bond over 30 years at about $101.6 million a year. The question with regard to should we lease or should we buy? $2 million seems like a very tall order for a piece of property. But assuming that the ground lease ended up at $120,000 a year, over 30 years, we would spend $3.6 million in ground lease, and we would still not own it. We would continue to pay for the next however many years. So at that point, $2 million plus the interest would get you about 3.1. You'd have a $500,000 savings over 30 years by including the land purchase in the bond. I think there are some other alternatives. There are two other pieces of property within a very short distance of the two parcels we're considering, both of which are for sale and are on the market, and they should be looked at. Also, a little while back, the city administrator nudged me about looking at the routes of our Lompoc airport and how it was purchased to see if FAA funds were used for the main airport. And I can say to date I have found that they were not. The initial airport in 1928 was purchased with city funds. It was subsequently given to the federal government, presumably for some amount of money in World War II. It was then given to the county of Santa Barbara to operate as an airport. Subsequently, it was sold and all of its proceeds were used to pay for the current airport and the construction of all of the facilities in about 1960. And I don't have every document yet because I wasn't really prepared to talk about that. But if that were the case, the land upon which the airport sits, not the strip next to it, may not have any FAA fund attachment, and that could be a great opportunity for us to negotiate a better deal, because it would in fact have been paid for with city funds at the very beginning. But there's a little more research on that. Someone back there said, and I overheard it, it's kind of like Obamacare. We got to pass it so we can see how it works. By my best calculations, coming into this budget, we have $4.977 million in increased costs, which I'll be happy to share with all of you later, that we're going to have to account for in the 15-17 budget.
Go ahead.
Okay. On top of that, we would incur another $1,070,000 for the 3.5% bond with the cost of property lease at $120,000 a year. So we're now facing a $6.047 million shortfall going forward. We have some revenue increases, but they haven't been what I expected them to be. So what I would ask the council is, if you have budget hearings very soon, maybe we set this aside for a few weeks until we look at what our budget is going to be. And also, we get a better number from the police department and a better guesstimate from parks. And I can share the two other properties with the city administrator, and we can do a little more research on the airport and see if we truly own it outside the FAA, which would be a big advantage. Maybe we can save a bucket of money. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council members, Nicholas Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. We've looked through a lot of figures, but I know one thing. When I pick up the phone and I need to dial 911, I want the quickest response for police or fire. I want the best staff possible, and I want the best equipment. The chief made a comment that that's why he was a fire guy. Well, I'm a finance guy, so I'm not going to try to sit up here and tell you what's best for them. But being with a finance background, I'll just state that we really need to be prudent about taking on so much debt. I'm actually willing to pay for something if we can show that we can pay for it. That being said, I do question some of the numbers that are unrelated to what the needs are, but what are the projections that the needs are based upon. One of those items, I was reviewing our RENA allocation, and that's our Regional Housing Assessment Need. I believe that's accurate. I may be wrong of the exact acronym definition. But what that does is it tells you what your future housing needs are going to be. And unless they made a super big mistake, I would request that you review it, because it showed household formation for the next period is only 4 households. I was like, okay, so we have conflicting data. So look at the data. In finance, we're data driven. I mean, things need to meet certain benchmarks to go forward. If we need it, we need it. Let's just make certain we can pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on, hurry up. Run, run, run.
I'm Pam Stevens, and I don't have a card. I just have a question. I'm really not that familiar with the bond issues and things like that, but it seems to me that if we are talking about bond issues, we need to get a voter approval. And I'm really confused about spending money before an issue's even been voted on and planning for that. And everything you talk about is we need to do this because we need to move forward. We can't delay. But I know we've had several projects, like with the pool, where that was going to bring in all this income, fill hotels, because we were going to get meets. And so we pushed forward on that. And then we don't have enough deck space in there to meet the fire code to have the competitive meets and to fill our hotels. So I think that maybe instead of, and I think we've got a problem with our water treatment plant also. So maybe I am just suggesting that before we start spending money on things that maybe aren't really thought through, that maybe we should do a little bit more planning and slow down a little bit.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Mr. Weinemiller, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I think the comments bring up probably something that's seems to be that other people need to understand about about how these processes work and what's at stake. First of all, again, we agree we need to do more planning, and that's all we're asking for tonight, is the ability to step forward and do that. As to the issue about bond financing, when we have to go to a vote of the people is when we're going to presume upon the people to create assessments on their property or increase their, asking them to increase the tax rates that they pay and the like. And then at that point, we need to do voter referendums for those types of bonds. For issues that are taking general obligation bonds. That is, that we're merely obligating on the, if you will, the full faith and credit of the city and its general fund obligations. Votes of the electorate are not required. A vote of this council is what's required. And as I said before, we're not proposing any tax increase, property assessment, anything of that nature. And so just to clarify that going forward, because I know by more than one person it was alluded to about a vote, and we're not contemplating that approach.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment. Chief, did you have something?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, clarification on the graph. That's out of a whole chapter in the master plan that was adopted by the council. It's based on roughly 10 years of data, as you may know, and it has demonstrated roughly a 6% increase almost every year, with the exception of 2013. So it's not just a snapshot in time. As we discussed at the last meeting, there has been, since the late 80s, a discrepancy between the increase in call volume and the increase in population. There are several contributing factors to that there's no reason to go into in depth tonight. However, we are right on the mark with that projection, no matter how you want to show it, and I will take your input to the consultant that takes the lead when we update that plan. So thank you very much. But no matter how you show it, we are right on the mark with those projections. 2014, we ended with 3,885 calls. That's roughly where that graph shows us going. We're going to go over 4,000 for 15. So it is based on some science. And here's my reality. And I appreciate the deliberation, and I always appreciate the comments and recommendations to look at properties. I think we've demonstrated that over the last year. Growth equals demand. We are currently in facilities that won't accommodate today's call volume. In the event our projections are correct, by 2018, we will not be able to serve the demand out of the existing facilities. And I keep trying to come up with a plan B and a pot of gold, and I don't have it. But I do know this community, where we have a team of public safety professionals, police and fire, that pride ourselves on delivering top-level service. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to be able to respond to the calls.
Thank you. Okay, public comment is closed. We're going to bring it back to the council, and I just want to remind everyone out there, because there is a lot of concern about us moving too fast. We don't have all the information. We know we don't have all the information, and that's why we're taking some baby steps right now. The action we may take right now is to take another baby step to do some more studies. We are certainly not spending the $15 million tonight. We're going to potentially spend another $45,000 to do some more studying. So with that, I believe Councilmember Humdahl had his light on.
Following up with that, after we look at the whole problem, like we said, that the 44,000 gives us the next step, gives us something to look at. Also on the property, if you can find anything, I know you've been looking at property for 6 months, which is going to be the best way. And as a fireman who runs a fire truck and been on it, you know what you got to be there and how fast you got to be and cover the services. So I would move the A through G on the agenda, and that gives us at least a development plan that we're looking at, and then the decision how we're going to go, if we're going to pay for it or go with it. But at least that looks at your plans. I know the discussion on the time and whatever we do, that's going to be something in there. But I want to get this thing, so I'm getting tired of kicking the thing down the road like councils have done it in the past, and everybody else in this town. They kick them down the road, then they wonder why we don't get it done. So I move A through G.
Okay, there's a motion for staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and discussion. Councilmember Starbuck.
You know, and my simple thoughts here are this project has become very complex. It's becoming a little convoluted. It's confusing to everybody, and the bottom line is it's going to be expensive. My recommendations, I mean, it's already been moved, but I think that I would have recommended that we went and followed 1, 4, and 7, which directs staff to initiate the process to lease the property. That would give us the idea of cost. 4, direct staff to develop a project financing plan to fully fund the construction and furnishing of the station. And then 7 is to return to the council July 7th with this update. So I'm probably going to vote against all these recommendations, but I think we should really consider 1, 4, and 7.
Councilman Vega.
Yeah, I agree with that. That number A on the recommendation says that, hey, to initiate the process to lease. I'm still not sold on the lease part of it. You know, I don't think we have enough information to know what the benefit is and how the airport's going to benefit and how the rate of return is going to come back to us through the airport. Okay, I'd like to see what that's going to be. I mean, it seemed like that would be full circle.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations. May we vote? That passes 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the input.
Okay, we are going to move on to, this will be new business number 8. Okay, Councilor Homdahl, you want to explain why you're leaving?
I'm leaving because I sat on the board of directors of the Housing Trust Fund, and I cannot be part of it.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 8, which is to approve allocation of $462,500 Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And this is Christy again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Christy Alarcon, Community Development Program Manager here at the City of Lompoc, and I'm here tonight to recommend City Council approve the allocation of $462,000 from the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund to fund the Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program. I just wanted to clarify again that this is only to fund, to initiate the funding of the program so we can start the development of the program. This is not to approve the actual program components. That will come back to you at a later date. So a little background, December 2nd, 2003, Council adopted Resolution 513503, establishing a housing in lieu fee. December 16th, 2003, Council adopted Ordinance Number 149203, adding housing in lieu fee program to the zoning ordinance. April 5th, 2005, Council adopted Resolution Number 523705, adopting the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund Implementation Plan. In October 2008, Council approved the First Amendment, allowing $10,000 to be annually allocated to administrative costs associated with the plan. In July 2014, Council approved a Second Amendment, increasing the amount allowed annually for administrative costs associated with the plan and expanding the types of projects in order to include existing housing for the purpose of a homebuyer assistance program. There is a great deal of work associated with designing a simple and efficient homebuyer assistance program. Technical expertise and existing relationships with lenders will be key in expediting the process, along with specialized experience in the affordable housing field. With this in mind, on November 3rd, 2014, the city issued an RFP soliciting consulting services for the homebuyer assistance program. The request for proposal number 2771 We had one submission from the Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County and People's Self-Help Housing Corporation, naming Housing Trust Fund as the project director and People's Self-Help as the subcontractor. The response was complete and qualified. The Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County is a county-wide nonprofit financing agency whose mission is to expand affordable housing opportunities for residents of Santa Barbara County. In 2012, the Housing Trust Fund launched a workforce homebuyer program in North County and assisted 29 first-time home buyers with purchasing homes in Lompoc, Santa Maria, and Guadalupe. In 2013, the Housing Trust Fund was awarded a service contract to develop and manage a first-time home buyer assistance program for the city of Carpinteria, utilizing in-lieu fees. Housing Trust Fund has extensive experience in the annual reporting, compliance, and monitoring requirements at both the state and federal levels. The president, CEO, Jennifer McGovern, will be the project director and primarily responsible for the design of the Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program. Ms. McGovern is a recognized local affordable housing expert with 40 years of experience in affordable housing programs, policy design, project development, and financing. The subcontractor named in the RFP response is People's Self-Help Housing Corporation. They are a nonprofit housing and service provider with over 40 years of experience in home buyer outreach, education, income certification, and loan processing. They have $8.6 million portfolio consisting of 440 deferred loans made to low-income home buyers that rehabilitated or constructed homes through their self-help housing program. People's Self-Help also serves a smaller portfolio of amortized loans. They have experience in packaging the USDA 502 first mortgage loans for their self-help programs, which has produced over 1,050 homes in the Tri-County area. Cheryl Flores, Vice President of Home Ownership of People's Self-Help Housing, will be responsible for managing community outreach, homebuyer education, and income certification, loan underwriting, and processing the Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program. Ms. Flores has over 35 years of experience in real estate and business lending, overseeing all of People's Self-Help Housing's home ownership programs. The Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program proposes currently to provide pre-purchase education and deferred down payment loans to assist approximately 10 home buyers purchase their first homes in the city of Lompoc. First-time home buyers earning up to a maximum of 80% of the area median income would be offered a 30-year deferred payment down payment loan of up to a maximum of $38,000 for existing homes and $45,000 for newly constructed homes located in the city of Lompoc. The scope of services and timetable. The scope of services would be performed over an 18-month period of time from the commencement date of the contract for consulting services with the proposed timeline of activities. Housing Trust Fund and People's Self-Help will assist city staff with establishing an effective post-loan monitoring, compliance, and quality control system. City staff would provide long-term loan servicing, and upon expenditure of the 14-15 funding, city staff would return to City Council for additional funds and administer the program internally. The anticipated program completion and disbursement of all loan funds would be expected to occur by December 2016. And I believe we would be looking at doing our first, closing escrow on our first home buyer loan between August and December there. The fiscal impact, the time and upfront costs required for establishing and managing a viable homebuyer assistance program can be substantial. Whether the program makes 3 or 20 loans. So with that in mind, staff would like to begin the program with assisting an estimated 10 home buyers during the 14-15 fiscal year, utilizing the $462,500 from the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The contract for services cost shall not exceed $42,500 and consist of the following deliverables: designing the program structure, home buyer outreach, pre-purchase counseling and workshops, completion of loan documents, and that is completion of loan documents that city staff would be able to utilize after we take the program back, if that's what we intend to do. Establishing lender relationships and program approval with those lenders to make sure that they conform and work with the secondary mortgage markets and other conventional financing that would be the first lien holders. Government compliance and reporting requirements, coordination, and then loan processing of those 10 loans is another component. The total amount of funding required from the trust fund is $462,500. The balance, as of the most recent annual report, which was dated June 30th, 2014, is $2,799,935. The $462,500 request would utilize only 17% of the total Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund, leaving sufficient funds to assist any affordable housing developments that should come forward, or once the program has proven to be successfully received by the community, allocate additional funds to the Homebuyer Assistance Program and assist more families with purchasing their first homes in Lompoc. The recapture of Homebuyer Assistance Program loan funds would occur at the time of resale, refinance, or maturity of the loans. Because these loans are not amortized loans where regular monthly payments of principal and interest are receipted, a schedule of repayment is difficult to estimate. The Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund receives revenue as developers pay the required housing in lieu fees associated with their developments. And just to kind of give you an idea, in 13-14, the funds, the in lieu of fee fund received $348,261 in those types of payments. When the $420,000 loan funds are completely expended, staff will reevaluate the program for additional funding and would return to council with such request at that time. In conclusion, staff recommends City Council approve the allocation of $462,500 from the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund to fund the Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program contract for services in the amount of $42,500 and loan proceeds for home buyer assistance in the amount of $420,000. And Jennifer McGovern with the Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County is here to answer any additional questions, as well as me.
Thank you. Councilmember Starbuck.
How many people did we solicit with this RFP?
It was, it went through our purchasing department, and they issue requests for proposals in the paper, and then we also sent it to our nonprofit housing providers, which there's about 10 of them.
And how many responded?
We only received one response.
What is the repayment on these loans?
We have not set that up yet. This is only setting up the funds in order to begin the process working with the Housing Trust Fund and People's Self-Help to develop a program that works for what the city of Lompoc needs.
Is what we need to only do 10 loans, though? That's what I'm kind of concerned with. I'm saying here we're going to hand out $40,000 to only 10 people, and we're going to pay somebody $42,000 to watch 10 loans. We've monitored 100 plus.
Well, they wouldn't be monitoring them. They would be creating the program. That's where the bulk of the cost is coming from.
One-time cost then, and it's going to be the first year.
Correct.
Why do we have to do $40,000 or $38,000? Why do we have to allot such a large amount of money on a first-time home buyer? Why can't we do something to pay closing or something to get people in, but not pay for a third of their?
We have the $42,500 would be to develop the loan program.
Right. I'm talking about the $462,000 that's left for it. We've said in the report here,
the 420.
10 home buyers to purchase their first homes in Lompoc.
That, of course, those are based on some market analysis that were done a little while back ago. So that amount could change. We're not going to over subsidize anybody. So if the gap in financing to make that unit affordable for that household is only $20,000, that's what they would be funded with that second mortgage.
Okay, now digress back here. Not too long ago, we'd had a discussion on Affordable Housing Trust where staff was going to take 3% or, gosh, let me think, what was it? 3% of the total Affordable Housing Trust Fund or 10% of the program income. Which road are we going down with this now, with this program?
I don't have those exact numbers, but I know that we're well below that as far as the program administration. If you look at what the revenue was, it was $342,000. So if we're looking at 10% of the revenue, then we're looking at $32,000. If we're looking at 3% of that entire fund balance, there's a lot more available, which we're not using that. I believe that's about $300,000.
So we would take the 3% then.
We aren't taking the whole 3%. We're utilizing $42,500.
For the program, but I meant for staff cost.
$42,500 is what's being asked for tonight.
So none of this is going back into the community development program?
No.
Which is what we agreed we would do at one point.
That would be in the budget that you'll hear about when the budget comes around.
Okay.
Councilmember Vega.
Christy, I have a few questions here, okay, on the program. I know we're being asked for some money tonight to allocate, but is this program, the Home Buyer Assistance Program, do we have the flexibility to mold this in any fashion that we all come to a consensus on as far as how many people we have an outreach to? We have 10 people on the proposal, 10 home buyer families. If we wanted to expand that to 25 and restructure it, would we have that flexibility between all of us if we all came to a meeting of the minds there?
I think we have the opportunity to meet with Jennifer and Cheryl and sit down and, do something where we do get community input and find out, we do need to update probably the market analysis a little bit and look at what the gap is going to be and how much funding is going to be needed, and if we can stretch those dollars further, if that is possible. And the other question that always comes into play is what other financing mechanisms are there out there as far as the first mortgage. So, I think those are all options that are available. We right now can't really get into all of that until I can approve the contract so we can start working with the trust fund and People Self-Help to start doing some of these things.
Yeah, the reason I ask these questions is before we get into this, there's a lot of people here with interest on how it would work and how it would benefit the local community and how it'd be administered, okay? Basically, a lot of the questions would be asked as these people get approved. We're all going to come together to have a meeting of the minds to see how they would have more impact on an offer, okay? This is a very tight market, as we know right now, okay? So we'd like them to have the best advantage as they can. At the same time, we'd like to also help our local people prevail, okay? I think some of the flexibility that I'm asking about is, do we have the ability to actually assign which lenders are involved in the program?
Sure.
Okay.
That is something that we'll talk about as far as when we start getting into the negotiations of who the preferred lenders could be. We have every right to say that they be, here in Lompoc, a certain preferred lender, local lenders. We can always ask that. I think the challenge that may come forward is that will that local lender be able to make their first mortgage compatible with the down payment assistance program. But those are all things that, yes, I'm sure we're willing to work out.
Yeah, and I guess one of the other questions, since we have people here with interest, is how much of this process or program is already set in stone that we can't change, okay, or mold into a program that would fit this community?
I would say that there really isn't that much. We're utilizing the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund monies, and that does have some requirements. We may have to come back with the trust fund again to make an amendment to it in order to allow that flexibility to use it for this market. But I wouldn't say that it's that set in stone. I think a lot of this is driven by the market and then, what the intent is, which is to make it affordable for low-income families.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Just one other question here. What is the total balance in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? You've listed it in here at $2.8 million. That's what we have.
Yes. That was as of June 30th. There's probably more now.
Why are we only coming out with a specific number of $462,500?
I didn't think you guys would want to spend more.
Well, if we're only going to help 10 people, what are we going to do with the rest?
Well, one thing I'd point out is if you're dramatically successful and have a run on the availability of the funds, we could always come back and check and see if you'd like to approve more at a later time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, one more question, Christy.
Uh-huh.
Is it possible, if these funds are approved and everything, for us to put some sort of a ad hoc or some sort of committee together to bring in the people with the expertise to help us mold this program so that it's more successful for our community versus Santa Maria? We might as well take the lead on this so that we can mold a program that will help as many people as we can. And actually, as the offers are presented, we'd like to have some sort of a letter from this program that actually backs up these people in the presentation of offers so that they won't be just looked at as no skin in the game, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I mean, is that possible that we can keep that in mind or when we're getting ready to formulate the program?
I'll let Jennifer mention or talk.
I think it might be helpful for you to have a little bit of an outline of the program that we have in mind and why, and what some of the limitations are of it, and where there is flexibility. We've done this program in North County for the last 2 years. We used our own grant funds before, and then those were exhausted. And then we were invited to look at doing something here in Lompoc and competed on the bid. This is a program for low income. It has city regulations from your plan. It's also a program that's proposing a shared equity approach. When you use public funds, you either have to have a resale control on the property, or another way of capturing the public investment is through shared equity. You just can't give the money away and meet your policies that you've set up. So that's your choice, how you want to do it. we recommend that you do shared equity because resale restrictions really make it very cumbersome for people to resell their property down the road. And this way also, if there's market appreciation, the city benefits with a small portion of the shared equity. You start building a revolving fund over time where you can help more home buyers. So the other thing to know is that not every lender can participate in this program. I got many, many calls on our North County program from lenders that want to participate, and we welcome them. However, because it's a shared equity and it has some legal limitations, on our program before it was state limitations, this one will have to be worked out with your city requirements. And so that's part of the work, is making sure the requirements in the loan documents match everything that you need to do legally and that you want to do. Then you have to take that out and take that through the internal divisions of the banks, because each bank is different. Some banks portfolio their loans. That means they keep the loans in-house. Other banks sell them on the secondary market. And if it's sold on the secondary market and it's shared equity, it has to meet certain parameters by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or wherever they're going to sell it. Some banks use private investors that don't want to do that kind of loan. So we try to work with a variety of lenders. We try to tap the local lenders. There's also certain lenders that we've used on the program before that know this product. For instance, we work with Wells Fargo, Union Bank, and Guild Mortgage in North County, and we did loans in Lompoc. We will also look at local lenders because they know the community. But the other thing is you have 10 loans, and we're happy to do a larger program. We did 29 loans before. But when you have a limited number of loans, if you have too many lenders involved, then you get expectations. Towards the end of our program before, we had anywhere from 3 to 5 loans a month coming in because the word gets out. Then if you have 5 lenders involved, suddenly you've got 15, 20 loans and you only have 10. So you're setting up people for expectations that you can't follow through on. So there's a lot of nuances in how it's worked. You also have to work with the internal underwriting division of each bank because each bank underwrites differently. And you have to coordinate the underwriting of the first mortgage with the secondary loan. And this is a loan that you are making. You're going to be issuing. There's quite a lot of work involved. It has to be underwritten just as scrutinized as any bank would do on any loan. And it has to meet certain standards that also mesh with the underwriting on the first mortgage. So it's a coordination. It requires training with the lenders. So I do a training with the first mortgage lenders, with their staff, and we coordinate during the whole underwriting and closing of the loan. So I hope I haven't gotten too far into it, but I want you to know there's a lot involved. We can tailor the program to how you want to do it. If you decide you don't want to do a shared equity loan, you want to do some kind of resale restriction, I'll probably be working with your city attorney on that. That's your choice. We will accommodate what you would like to do. But there are limitations. It's not something that a committee sits around and kind of decides collectively on. There's some flexibility, but it's not that broad. There's certain things that have to be done for your policies, that have to be done for secondary mortgage markets, and for the first mortgage lenders to want to be involved. And we're happy to share that knowledge that we learned in doing the larger program and accommodate what you would like to do for your community, and definitely work with the local realtors on this and work with the local banks where we can.
So really you're saying then that where a lot of lenders compete, the first-time home buyer would win, but you're saying that's not true then? if there's 15 people want to go ahead and loan the first-time home buyer money, somebody's going to be the lowest out of that. I'm not following why you're going to
Well,
train
you have
just
to have
specific.
your first mortgage lenders pre-approved for the program. They have to be pre-approved and sign a partnership agreement. So there, you can't just take anybody that comes in and say, I have a first mortgage loan with this bank down the road, they want the down payment loan. Because there hasn't been the interface with making sure the loan documents and the secondary market and the training and the standards that the city wants for the loans have been vetted internally by that bank and agreed upon. So we actually execute a partnership agreement with the first mortgage lender that they will follow the conditions and the requirement of the city, and that they will honor the program guidelines. We develop very specific program guidelines and underwriting standards that are shared with the lenders as well.
So the policy that's developed by the city could actually be developed by a committee that Councilmember Vega was suggesting.
Well, if you want to do that, fine, but that's a very long, involved process. I've worked with committees my entire career.
Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, I'd like to bring it up. I fully understand because that's my background, okay? So it's like, I understand, but I'm hearing mixed messages here that yes, we can use a local lender, but you have your own approved lenders. So how would a local lender get approved here if we were to move forward with this?
If the city says we want you to contact local lenders, we'll do that. I would recommend back to you, if you have a 10-loan program, that you limit how many lenders you want involved.
No, absolutely. You have to have a limit, but
because otherwise, you've got the staff managing this would have to deal with managing 5-6 teams of lenders and underwriting departments. Your costs go way up.
okay. Another question here on equity sharing. Isn't there more maintenance and more admin for equity sharing? Yes, there's going to be a return back to the city by doing an equity sharing, but if we didn't do the equity sharing, we just did it back on a repayment schedule, isn't there less administration to that?
Well, it depends. My understanding from your policies is because you'd be using your public funds, you have to have some kind of return of the public funds coming back, either through the funds recycling, or that you ensure that the funds are used for future people in the income category. So if it's designated funds for low income, then some ways that it's been done by jurisdictions is that you put a resale restriction on the property that does one of two things. One is you have to sell it to somebody in the same income category, or you restrict the sales price. And we did a lot of best practices research when we designed our North County program, and we found that there was a lot of problems with programs that had resale restrictions, particularly in today's volatile market. It seemed a better approach to do shared equity. You have to monitor these anyway. If you don't, you end up like the county of Santa Barbara did, that had a lot of problems with their portfolio of homebuyer loans. So that's part of the process. We would work with the staff to set up a very effective and efficient monitoring system for your loans. And it's an annual compliance thing that you do. You have to have one or the other. So that is your choice. And we chose the shared equity on our program for various reasons. You may not decide to do that, and that's something the council and working with staff, if you decide to go with a resale restriction, then we can develop your program guidelines that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go now to public comment.
Nicholas Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. I'm also a local lender. I'd like to know which publications the RFPs were published in. The reason that I ask is because I know at least of one other entity that had made an attempt to contact and then was never informed when the RFP process began. Secondly, I don't think that anyone in the real estate community here was consulted on helping develop the program, a program that impacts the community significantly. And I don't understand that. And the reason I ask that is because I just heard previously in CDBG there was no effort to go outside a certain group for solicitation of project. So I just want to know that that didn't occur here as well. Secondly, shared equity is a challenge. I would suggest that you go to just people paying interest and do it that way. I have to disagree with the previous speaker. I'm in finance. It's not that complicated. California Housing Finance Agency, they do this all the time. Every lender has a department that does this. There's deeds, there's notes. That's regular. And we do $40, $50 million in fundings a month, with layered financing. In fact, I've just worked with a developer up in the Oxnard area where they did 150 homes doing multiple layered financing. It's done every day. But I would really like to see our local real estate community brought into the process. We don't need to take a lot of time. The RFP made it clear that just because they had the RFP, you didn't have to award the contract. That was an application. But I'd really like to see it come back to us for at least a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And if once we do that, I wouldn't even object if they continued with the applicant winner if we can design a program. But I'm feeling very uncomfortable listening to the previous speaker with all these unknowns, because we'd really like, I'm speaking for myself as a lender, and I'm certain after doing a survey of other individuals, we had probably 60% of the real estate community state that they wanted to see a smaller down payment to help more homeowners, and then we had about 40% state that they wanted minimum down payments with closing cost, and we had absolutely nobody that stated they wanted the program as it's been designed. But that was my input, and that's from my survey. You've already taken 4 years, so 2, 3, 4 more weeks to let the real estate agents, the lenders vet it and try to see that it can impact the most people possible here locally would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for letting us speak on this point.
State your name, please.
My name is Cindy Eisen. Do I do my address too? Okay, very good. Thank you. We had our multiple listing meeting today, and a lot of agents were like, what the heck is this? And it's too complicated. If you're going to help our local people buy homes, this is way too complicated. There was a program a long time ago when I was a first-time home buyer, and the city was actually giving grants, and I think it was only about $7,500, and I think the form was just a couple pages, and that covered our closing costs, and that was good. We came up with our down payment and everything else, but it was simple. There's no underwriting, there's no monitoring, there's no setting up of programs, that are extensive, and, there's no lien on your property. It was a grant to help people get into homes. And if we could give $10,000 per transaction, that would help some of these people. The low to moderate income people are probably in your entry level, which is $250,000 about maybe to $310,000. That is the most competitive price range. That is the lowest inventory price range, and those houses sell like hotcakes. So if you have one of those, just know it will be gone if you price it right. So if those people had $10,000 that they did not have to worry about repaying, they could now become competitive with your cash investor. Your people who get VA loans, they could become competitive because every VA loan has to have a clear pest report. And sometimes sellers don't want to do that, so they do not choose our veteran buyers. So all the costs for the administration and stuff, this has been done before with the city in the fashion of grants. It's the reinvention of a wheel. If we want to help these buyers, we need to help more buyers. Helping just 10, that doesn't make sense. And some sellers might actually be confused by this program and not choose them anyway. There are other programs out there that are more understandable, offered by other lenders, not the city, that even real estate agents go, you know what, I don't get that. Let's go over here to Union Bank for their low to moderate income track program. Let's go to this other one for their low to moderate income track program. Union Bank has one, Union Bank, Chase Bank. It's being done. So it's not really that, it's not something that is unique, just confusing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Tammy Atkin, I'm the broker owner of Coldwell Banker Select here in town. Cindy made some really great points. Offers right now, we're competing on almost every single property, especially in this price point. My question is on our low income, our qualifying buyers based on this program. I think about half of our town qualifies for this income level, which, you know, for 10 families, there's going to be a lot of disappointment out there, obviously. And it just seems that $462,000 to help 10 families in town doesn't seem real responsible. How are these 10 going to be chosen? Is it first come, first serve? Is it the lucky few who happen to have real estate agents who know about it, who get in before the program's gone? Is it a lottery that we're going to have dozens of families that are disappointed when they don't get it? So definitely my suggestion is 20 years ago, we used that program. I think we went to the Housing Authority to do the applications. It was $5,000, $7,500. You had to have skin in the game. You had to be almost there to be buying. But this would give you just that leg up to now compete. Use it for closing costs, use it for the down payment, use it for termite repairs or peeling paint to now allow that buyer to say, hey, I don't have to ask that seller to do this, so that, yes, they are competing against investors and conventional buyers and so forth. Confusing offers to a seller when the seller's, you're at the table looking at multiple offers, you don't have to validate if this is real. You don't have to ask questions to clarify. You just take the simple offer because you know, one, I want the most money in my pocket, but two, is as importantly, is it solid and is it going to close as promised? So listening to the explanation, been in the industry for over 20 years, it's somewhat confusing. So trying to explain that when you're trying to present an offer and compete with other people is going to be really difficult. Mr. Starbuck, you brought up a point earlier on a different budget, questioning how much money was going back in using to the city and for admin fees. You've got $462,000, 10 families at about $35,000, $38,000 or less. That's not $42,000 left over in admin fees, so it's not adding up for me. So it just seems that we need to be a lot more responsible to see where we're putting these funds to use to help the most people possible, because the more responsible we are with our money, the more people we will help in our community who will also improve their properties, which will help our community. And what's allowable isn't necessarily the same as what's responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Bobby Ranney, and I've been a realtor for 25 years, and I'm one of the owners of RE/MAX in town. And I just feel that to only benefit or to work with 10 low-income families is not fair. We have a lot of families that work hard, they've got good credit, they pay all their bills, and would love to buy a house, but they don't have a lot of extra to save the money for, say, the down payment or the closing costs. And I just wanted to throw out a couple of numbers to you, because it's $250 if we just use that benchmark for the sale of the home. If they did an FHA loan, they only need 3.5% down. That's $8,742, and we could help 53 families with that. And on a conventional loan at a 5%, you could help 42 families, and it would be $12,500. I just feel that we need to spread the money out a little bit more, that there are a lot of families locally that really do need the help and could help it. Tammy made a good point in that homeowners tend to take care of their properties better. They tend to keep them up than renters do. You go to the area where there's a lot of renters, and what do the properties look like? So it's going to benefit the city also if we had more homeowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Stevens, and I have the same problem, is that there's only 10 families being helped here. I also have a problem with only one RFP. I always get at least 2 bids. I don't understand the city only getting one. And then I just have a concern. You have $16,000 for outreach and education. You just notify the lenders and the realtors. You know, you've got that loan program used up. As far as education, there's so much nonprofit first-time buyer education out there that's absolutely excellent that you could use and not have to use any money for this. That you could use that $16,000 to help another buyer. And I just think the amount that they're taking and allocating per buyer is just unnecessary.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Maria Guinega. I'm also a local real estate agent, and I have had the pleasure of working with the buyer that utilized their program. And they were under the misconception that by borrowing this money and getting a second, that they were bringing 20% down, therefore didn't have to pay mortgage insurance. And they went through the whole training of going through classes, getting educated, and then when it came to signing loan docs, they were like, "What's this fee for?" And I said, "Mortgage insurance." And she's like, "Well, I'm putting 20% down, 3.5% of my own money plus 16.5% of their money. That gave me 20% down, so therefore I didn't have to pay mortgage insurance, which is an extra cost." So to say the least, there's a misconception, and I don't know how they have, but my buyer was like, wow, she just felt, she was confused, but we were at the end. I mean, she just needed to sign loan docs and her keys. She was going to get keys 4 days later. So she decided to go ahead and still sign. But I was also very confused as an agent, because I kept asking her, well, are you going to your training? Are you doing this? Do you know what you're getting yourself into? And she said, yes, of course. But when it came to the end, like I said, something, I don't know where it went wrong, where it was not explained to her what she was getting herself into. Second of all, I do work with a lot of first-time home buyers and lower income. A lot of them, like Bobby mentioned, they are able to get or earn enough for the down payment, but maybe not enough for the closing cost. And what I would like to see is a simpler process, maybe a grant, or if you want to charge interest on that grant, fine, but we need to help more families. I'd rather see 100+ families get into homes than 10 families. Also, I've spoken to the agent who has worked for the developer who has put in some of this money, and she has expressed her own opinion about, you know, they want to see this money go back to the community, to the home buyers. And I agree with Mr. Starbuck. We need to give this money straight to our community, what it's meant for, and not just keep it for administration or paying people to come up with these complicated programs. So if you will allow the real estate community to brainstorm and look at the guidelines to come back before you or before whoever you assign us to go, so we can go ahead and present some of the ideas that we come up to, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Christy, can you come up? You know, Councilman Starbuck, go ahead. You know, reading staff report, I didn't think there was going to be any real discussion. I mean, I knew there'd be discussion. I didn't think there'd be concern, but hearing the comments tonight, I think we may have some work to do on this. I mean, just my personal opinion. I'm just speaking for myself right now. And I don't know what the work would be. I mean, maybe getting the real estate community involved and maybe a brainstorm with you. But I'm hearing some real concerns out there, and this whole project is to help our community. Where'd Nick go? Mr. Gonzalez, I believe Nick is one that brought this idea before us several years ago. It's taken a long time, and I want to make sure when we get it going that it is the right thing that was conceived 3 or 4 years ago. So we're listening to some other people, but I think we may have some work to do yet on this. Councilman Starbuck.
Yeah, Mr. Ginniga, I've got to tell you, I feel a lot like your buyer. I'm confused. But I think at this point, what I envision as a home buyer assistance program is something that will help a lot of people. When you have, $2.8 million, and we're looking at $460,000 and only 10 people, it hardly seems worth even establishing the program. So I'm going to probably vote no with this recommendation, and that we go back and reevaluate and look at it.
Councilman Vega.
I agree with bringing the real estate community in to get a little insight here, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be presenting the offers. The buyers are only going to be successful if the agents are able to successfully present to their sellers these offers and let the sellers know that, and give them the warm and fuzzy that this thing's going to come through. So I think that we have a little bit more work to do on that end. The thing that kind of concerns me is we have pre-approved lenders in this program. Now, do you have pre-approved realtors where you're going to have to pick and choose your own real estate agents also, is one of my questions.
No, we work with all the realtors. We even went out to the Association of Realtors in Santa Maria, because we did most of the loans in Santa Maria, and presented the program 2 or 3 times. I went to different brokerage firms and did trainings. So we're very open to any realtors. I did answer the question around lenders. If the city wants us to work with, we haven't chosen any lenders to work with. I just shared who we worked with previously. If you want us to work with local lenders and they can handle these kinds of loans as the city decides they want them structured, we're happy to do that. The only comment I made was, if you're starting with a 10 loan program, then you can't, it's hard to have too many lenders involved. I think on the issue of trying to help as many people as possible, we were very successful with our program. Originally thinking we'd only have between 20 and 22 loans, we ended up with 28 loans. This was targeted for low income, and if you want to target a range of people within that category, sometimes it requires more assistance per family. The amount of loan we recommended was based on our experience with doing 29 loans, and 4 of them in Lompoc within the last 2 years. You have to look at your market conditions. Right now, you have a pretty low inventory of things for sale, and a lot of it priced beyond the ability of the low-income families to qualify. I have a lot of experience working with qualifying these families and working with the first mortgage lenders, and many of them do not have the full amount. And yes, we wanted to get them conventional financing to avoid having to pay the FHA insurance, because when you add that cost, and although the insurance has gone down a little bit, it's still pretty significant, then the families cannot afford the payments. So, if you're targeting, you have a range of low income up to 80% of income. If you target just the small sliver between 70 and 80%, you probably can have a lower loan amount. But then you're only serving the very top. Rather, if you do a broader range, you might require a little bit deeper loan. Our median income average on the 29 loans we did was 65% of area median income. Excuse me, I have a frog. So that's a nice mid-range target, and that serves a number of people in the community. So again, these things, it's your program. We can tailor it how you would like. There was a lot of thought that went into it, and we did consult with realtors. And the idea was to bring a package that's worked that we could tailor based on what you would like. If you want to redesign a whole program, that's fine.
Yeah, you know, I've lived here all my life. I'm a little bit sensitive to the business coming here and us being able to lead our own wagon, okay? I don't really think that we should be letting people come in and bringing in their programs and telling us what to do, so to speak. Because you know what, we really don't, we can sell these homes with leverage financing anywhere we go. We have CHAFA, we have CHDAP, we have other 100% financing things. We have to present.
Yeah, if you can do that, great. We were invited to bring a successful program, and we did loans here. It was a countywide program. We're in the community. We've been here for 12 years, so we're not outsiders.
I just would like the money to stay within the community, you know.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, in my opinion, I'm going to want this to come back. I don't want to, I think the program itself is good. I'm going to get the opinion from the rest of the council, but if we decide to do this, would we table it? Have them bring it back with more input? Would we just vote this down? How do we do that?
Any of those are options, but based on what you are discussing right now and talking about, I would think that you might want to either table this or deny it or continue it and then give some direction to staff about what you want staff to bring back.
If we continue it, we have to bring it back within, what, so many days?
No, you could continue it until staff, until the time that's convenient for staff to bring it back, if you want.
Okay, Christy, in my opinion, we're not going to get support from the council to approve it as is. How would you like to see us do it? Would you like to see us deny it and start over? Would you like us just table it?
I think it might be advantageous to deny it, only because I think there's different ideas of what a home buyer assistance program is and what our trust fund allows us to do. Our trust fund is written and it states that the assistance is calculated based on the person's income, and that a percentage of their income is all they're allowed to spend on their housing costs. And that's where it comes into play with these larger kind of amounts. The grant idea, that's a great idea, but you're not going to have any money coming back in to keep funding these things. So there's wonderful ideas out there, but perhaps what we need to do is start over. I kind of felt like when this came to us in the beginning, it was a rush to get a home buyer assistance program out there. And that was the reason for the solicitation for a consultant to come in, design the program, and get it going. If you guys feel like there's time and you're not in a rush, then I would highly suggest you decline vote it down and perhaps assemble an ad hoc committee that comes up with some ideas of how they'd like to fund it, because currently the way the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is structured, you can't do what the little grants that you're mentioning, and there's a few other constraints. So, and we couldn't use home funds for that as well. So there's...
But realize, if we deny it and turn it down, that doesn't mean we're against the project. We want something to come back to us.
Right, but I think we need more input from the stakeholders involved to say what kind of program that we want to see.
City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the observations I'd make is that I think first and foremost, there's one element of policy that we need from the City Council if we're going to move forward in any fashion, and that's an understanding whether you would prefer a replenishing program, one that can perpetuate and continue on, versus one that's a depleting program. And, because I've heard elements of both suggested by the various participating members of the public. And if we have that understanding, then if we're going to do some outreach and work with the realtor community and their understanding of their buyers and what their buyers' needs are and how we can help out, how we would help those buyers the most, I think we at least need that policy direction of understanding. Are we looking for things that are being paid back? Are we looking for ways of just, is this grant and being given away, or what the approach is? And I think also understanding is that the idea, where's the sweet spot, so to speak, of how many people we help, and maybe that's something that folks help us with. We understand, apparently a common theme I'm hearing is, well, 10 families isn't enough, but certainly if we took the same amount of money and we went to the ridiculous extreme and said, well, we can help out 400,000 families by giving them $1 a piece, that's not going to be helpful either. So there's some sweet spot in there, and I've heard different numbers suggested, and I don't know if that's something we vet out with the realty community, or if that's something where you all have an idea of where that sort of
And I don't
optimal zone is.
I'm not sure we have that sweet spot. Councilmember Vega.
I have two questions, Christy, okay, that if you could clarify on this. When the buyer is pre-approved on their income based on 30% of the median, is that correct? The median income?
No, it's based on their housing costs cannot exceed, per the current way the implementation plan is written, their housing costs cannot exceed 30% of whatever their income category is. So, if, for example, if they earn 60% of the area median income, so I think we talked about that earlier, a 4-person family was about $40,000. If they can't spend more than 30% of that $40,000 on housing costs. So then you're looking at, they can only afford a payment of, let's just say that works out to $500. I don't know of any houses for sale where their payment is going to be $500. That difference has to be made up with a down payment assistance loan. And that loan amount is not going to be a $2,000 grant or a $3,000 grant. It's going to be more around the range of a $20,000 to $30,000 loan, and it would have to be a silent second. It could not be an amortized loan, because if you amortize it, then that payment is going to have to be considered with the first mortgage payment, and they're not going to qualify. So those are the different, when Jennifer's talking about how complex it can be, it isn't as simple as we're looking at, we just have this general pot of money and we can do whatever we want with it. We have a pot of money that has some very strict requirements, and we have to make it work within that program as much as possible.
Yeah, and I wanted that clarified. I wanted you to explain that, because I think we're going off on the wrong track also, because we're talking about down payment assistance or closing cost assistance, but you're actually buying these people into qualifying for this loan because
Correct.
they cannot afford this, okay?
Correct.
So the city's buying down the loan to make it more affordable, and that's the reason it won't work with just down payment assistance or closing cost assistance, because they probably couldn't afford the loan in the first place unless the city came in with that money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that kind of is going to answer some of the questions that other people are asking. Why can't we just help more families? So we're helping people that couldn't normally afford
These
to
are
buy.
the families that they're priced out of their earnings are not enough to buy in the market. They only earn $40,000 if it's a 4-person household.
Gotcha. I wanted to clarify on that one. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can we answer the question, are we in favor of a replenishing or depleting program?
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
If I could. I have one more question, Christy.
Sure.
The funds that are available, I just want this clarified here, okay? If we delay this, the acceptance of this, are these funds in jeopardy, or are they going to be there even if we take a month or 2 weeks or something like that, okay?
No, this is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund money. It's there till we use it.
Okay. So again, replenishing or depleting? I'll start. I'd be in favor of a replenishing program. Councilman Starbucks replenishing. Councilman Mosby, how about Councilman Vega? What do you say? Okay, so I'd like to. We'll need a motion to probably deny the program and have the staff come back with a program with a. Having a similar program with replenishing. So,
Perhaps, please, perhaps what I would suggest is rather than to come back with an additional program, that we'd come back and maybe workshop this after we've had a chance to meet and discuss with the industry and gather their thoughts and ideas, hopefully maybe arrive at some realm of consensus, and then we can have a more public discussion, make sure that the steps we're taking, the direction we're going. I really don't want to go out there and try to guess again what the elements of a program are that you may or may not want to approve. I'd rather go through the process of getting input, and then coming back and having an interactive discussion here, get clear direction then at that point of what you want that program eventually.
I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, and I think so too. Okay, that we just hold off.
But no, well, so actually the motion should be to deny, then have a public workshop inviting the real estate agency or the public to come to the workshop to give direction then to Christie to come back with a program after getting input from the real estate community and the public, and bring it back to us at that point. So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Discussion? No discussion. Okay, so let's vote on that. So this is to deny and bring back. Okay, and that passes 4-0. Okay, we're going to need
I'm going to go ahead and move we extend for 20 minutes.
I was going to say, these people in yellow jackets do not want to come back in 2 weeks, I don't think. Okay, so a motion to extend for how long?
20 minutes. I know they're not going to speak for that long.
Why don't we do it 30 minutes? 20 minutes, okay. I need a second. I will second. Okay, we need a vote. Okay, good. Okay, Mr. Humdahl's going to rejoin us. No. He's going to rejoin us for the next item. Does anyone need a break? Okay. Okay, this is item number 9. It is sponsorship request for the Flower Festival Parade. And this is Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Teresa Gallivan, Economic Development Director, Assistant City Administrator. And the Flower Festival Association has asked for sponsorship this year of not only the festival, but they'd like to see the city increase its sponsorship to include sponsorship of the parade. And I have some recommendations here for you to consider. But one updated bit of information I'd like to share with you first. That affects the staff report. When the staff report was written, I used the police department's overtime costs based upon last year's event. But the Festival Association has been in discussions with PD on how to effectively handle the security this year. That will reduce the costs to both organizations. And so I'd like to amend that number in the first recommendation. The sponsorship amount that is being requested to cover 50% of the festival costs and 100% of the parade costs is not $32,620, but $25,828. So if you'll go ahead and just make that change. Good news, working together to come up with reducing costs. And that is the way we've been doing the sponsorship in the past several years, is there's a certain percentage of the costs, the city's costs, that are split 50-50 between the city and the festival. The city absorbs 50% of those costs, and the festival pays the other 50%. So this year they've asked that we continue that process that we have been doing and also increase coverage of the parade costs. Or council could consider doing a set sponsorship amount. I've been doing sponsorships in my past career, and I've never seen a 50-50 split. It's usually a set sponsorship amount that gives the sponsor certain entitlement benefits, and the entitlement benefits that the group has put forward are in here and could be negotiated with the festival and the city. So I do recommend that we go ahead and authorize the city administrator to execute a sponsorship agreement with the Festival Association and the city for benefits that could include naming rights, banners, advertising, signage, booth at some of the events. So there's all kinds of things that could be done as part of that sponsorship benefit. We do have some analysis in the staff report that shows the costs over the last several years. Last year's costs were in the approximately the $15,000 range to the festival when you add in the police department's costs and a few other costs that we hadn't considered. It would be approximately $20,000 that would be needed to cover what they had last year, leaving actually almost $19,000, leaving about $1,000 to go to the parade. So the second recommendation in here is to consider that amount, a $20,000 sponsorship. So really the bottom line, and there is one other thing, in our post recap, we do go over the costs that the city has as we present an invoice to the Festival Association. And this past year we had a meeting with them and we went over all of the costs. And we also discussed payment and when payment would be due. And it is our goal to be operating within a net 90-day repayment. That we weren't able to make that happen this past year, but the association does have an outstanding bill of a little over $5,000 to the city that they have asked if they can go ahead and pay that remaining balance due after the upcoming Spring Fest. And they do understand that moving forward, we would very much like to move to a net 90 days where they would pay off the amount owed to the city for city services provided. So that understanding has been something we have discussed and talked about and mutually are working towards. The Festival Association's here tonight. They probably want to tell you some more about what's coming up. But basically the bottom line is, would the city like to continue to sponsor the event? And if so, at what amount? And would you consider either continuing the 50-50 split that has been past practice or moving to a fixed sponsorship level? I'm here for any questions you may have, as well as festival.
Okay, questions for Ms. Gallivan? Councilmember Mosby.
Does the group qualify for the, the Explore Lompoc grants?
They indeed applied for Explore Lompoc grant and were one of the first recipients of the grant, and they could tell you a little bit more about how much they did receive, but they did receive a grant. It was ordered about 2 weeks ago.
Yes, we received. Come on, you got to come.
Can we come on up?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, John Keth, the festival chairman for the association. We received $5,000 for advertising for Explore Lompoc. That includes for banners and things of that sort. We also received $10,000 for advertising again for banners for Flower Festival. And that can't be used with anything else.
Thank you. Councilman Starbuck.
Mr. Keth, I just have a quick question. I'm going to bring the ugly elephant into the room here. If we did sponsor the parade and agreed to going to the very top of this, the full gifting of public funds, are we still going to have the fence and the controversy of the $3, or is that part of the actual financing of something else?
Well, the fence costs, we're going to end up keeping that, because if we pull the fence away and costs continue to go up, we're not going to be able to pay for it. So we're going to leave the fence there because, number one, it adds kind of an increase in security for the families that are actually coming to the festival. And it gives us the ability to kind of secure for the vendors that are actually selling there too. So what we're asking for is the financial backing for the parade and make this a community City of Lompoc parade instead of a festival association parade. And that's the draw we want to go ahead and bring people into the community.
Any other questions from council?
I was just going to probably make a statement here, whether we're going to have some discussion on it, but I know, talking with the city administrator in the past, that this is going to be one of those touchy items in our budget because we're asked a lot about festival criterion. There's many events that the city puts money out to, and when we start adding it up, it equates to 1/8 of a fire station. You know, it's that kind of a deal. So it's going to be looked at very hard in the budget also.
Okay, any other comments before we go? Councilmember Vega.
I got a question for Mr. Keth. Cost of the parade, do you guys have estimates for that, or is that something Ms. Gallivan has? I mean, we're being asked to sponsor the parade, but what's that cost?
And they've asked us to cover the city's costs for the parade. So we're not covering the costs that they already bear, but they want us to cover 100% of city costs, street closure, street sweeping, permit.
Is there an estimate on that, Teresa, at all?
Yes, it is in the staff report under the budgetary adjustments.
Gotcha.
And the parade is
20,000?
14, 15, approximately $15,000. Let me see here. $16,000 and $16,064. Right now, we would currently cover part of those costs, and they're asking us to pick up the remainder of the cost, so it would be 100% of city costs.
John, that puts you guys square, doesn't it?
Okay, let's open this.
And it doesn't cover things like the trophies and the flowers and the costs that are for the glue for putting it together, the floats. And what we're trying to do is we've revised our applications for our floats to go ahead and take away a lot of the flower requirement for it, so we can reduce the cost on these other organizations so that we hopefully will get more community participation.
One more question. Since we're talking about money here, did that beer garden, taking the fence down, did that add to your
Actually, putting the fence up around the park allowed us to expand out the ability to have alcohol in there, which has actually increased our beer sales.
But you lost that little warm and fuzzy, didn't you, with that little group?
No.
No?
Oh, we lost our animal farm.
Okay, we're going to open this up for public comment.
I don't get any more questions.
He's going to come back. He'll come back. Yeah, I thought he said he had a comment.
Hi, I'm Rose Isaac, I'm treasurer of the festival. I'd like to say that we pay out to put on the parade approximately $20,000, and that has nothing to do with the city bill. So it's not, we pay for bands, the travel, and lots of things, and it cost us approximately $20,000 out of our pocket, and that's kind of expensive, and that's why we're asking you guys to cover the cost of the street closures. It would be very beneficial to us, and we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
John Lynn, Lompoc resident. I just wanted to point out one thing, which was the attachment 2 at the back. And it outlines what the city used to put into this and what the Flower Festival used to put in. And the Festival Association has gone through a great deal of effort, particularly in last year's show, to reduce the cost on both sides of the house. So even if you agreed today, and I hope you will, to fund the parade fully, you would still be spending less money than we used to spend on the 50-50 basis, because they've driven the cost down substantially and will continue to do that going forward. So everybody's trying to save some money, and we want our hometown festival to survive and go forward. And I think the question that Councilmember Starbuck might have been asking was, are you going to charge admission again this year? Yes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, go ahead. Okay, if anyone else wants to speak, why don't you come up? Councilmember Starbuck only gave us 20 minutes instead of my 30 minutes.
Patty Shiflett, citizen, Lompoc. I'm the president of the board, and one of the things that we don't get the sponsorship. We used to get a lot of money, a lot of sponsorship. We don't have hardly anything now. So anything that we get in the way of fees that we have to charge for the booths, our vendors, and now, you know, we have to charge for the admission. That's the only thing that's keeping us alive. I mean, we're like bottom line. What we bring in is what we spend. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Don't leave, Patty. I have a quick question for you. This is for
Sure.
an unrelated subject, but there's a lot of myth around town with the Spring Arts Festival, with how come we don't have our vendors, how come we don't have this? And the answer that always comes back to, it's an insurance, it's an insurance. Is that an insurance that covers the association, or is that mandated by us in the city?
Yes, to both. Because we have, well, the city requires, you know, certificates of insurance, and then we require the vendors to have those certificates, but, you know, to also show us as additional insureds. But it's not the cost of insurance, because we've provided source to the vendors that they can go online and purchase insurance, like, you know, a 3-day event, a 5-day event for like $30 or something. And then we even purchased a policy ourselves for them to be blanketed under. We did that last 2 years.
What we ended up doing is the city made it a requirement that each of the vendors had to have a $1 million policy to step foot on the property. It was costing them about $150 per event, plus what it cost them to get into the park, which kind of negated their ability to make a profit. So we went out, we got a blanket policy for all the arts and crafts vendors, and that's included in their price to get into the park now. So we've eliminated that extra cost on them, and that's been in effect. This is the second year.
Okay, anyone else? We're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. Any discussion? Then would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, also just we want to add to the recommendations that you make the budget adjustments. So whenever a motion comes forward, to also include the budget adjustments that are outlined in table 1. As corrected by the new number I gave you earlier.
So the 25,828. I'm going to do something very uncharacteristic of me, and I'm going to gift some public money on a motion. And I'd say that we accept staff's recommendation with the budget adjustment. And
I'd second that one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if I could just ask for one more clarification, would that be a fixed amount or the 50-50 still of the certain identified costs?
I thought we were going to go ahead and give the 25,000
as a fixed amount that we just take off the bill.
Right.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Yes, you may applaud. Councilmember Starbuck does not gift public funds. Okay. Madam Clerk, any written communications?
Nothing.
Okay, oral communications. This is your last opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on any item you so choose. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close oral communications. Council requests, comments, and meeting reports. Councilmember Vega.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Humdahl.
I made several in the last part of March, different events. The Coast Valley Substance Abuse Treatment Center went to the ribbon cutting, and that was very interesting. I was very pleased to be there. The other one is the Adult Education Program Celebrate International Day, and that's when we had to have passports to go around to all the different tables that all the different deals were there. There were 17 counties in Mexico that had food there, plus we had Korea and other. I thought it was excellent, nice turnout, and everybody's having a good time. Then, of course, probably one of the best things other than that going on is that the bike trail going on downtown. I was down there, took my grandson, my wife's grandson, 3 times down to the bike trail. The kids are there, very young, and old adults who fall off their bikes too. But they're having a good time. I think it's an excellent place. Interesting, my wife's grandson said, it's the greatest thing he's 7 years old, and he's just running hoops and hoops and hoops about it. And my understanding, they're mailing information out all over the United States and over the world, over to Sweden and different countries. They're all being let know what we got going in Lompoc because there's nothing else. So if you haven't got down to see River Park and see what they have, they did a fantastic job.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
I've got something I'd like to share with the council. In reading this consolidated plan document, I came across a very interesting graph data table. Actually, I have some more for people in the public if anybody wants to look at it, but it's if you look on this figure B19, you see what it is the median rent and median renter income, 2000 to 2012. And if you look at Lompoc, you'll see that in that 10, 12-year span, our incomes went up 13%. And if you look at the Santa Maria, they went up 43%. So I think that's some significant numbers when some of us were looking back and we're wondering where money's going to come from. This shows that something has been happening to our community, and we need to open our eyes to it, and maybe we can do some serious adjustments.
Thank you. Councilmember Starbuck.
I move we extend the meeting 2 minutes.
No, wait. Okay. Well, we still have 5 minutes. You extended it 20. So
But it was 5 till, but I have nothing to report.
Okay. So I think we officially have another 5 minutes. So, okay. I need to report that I was at an NCPA meeting on 3/25 and the 26th, and the city did pay my mileage for that. And I'd like to make a council request. We have, over the past couple of years, well, in 2009, the council made a conscious effort of allowing these feather flags all over the city. We did this because the economy is poor. We wanted to let the businesses sort of self-promote. We have now become sort of a city of flags. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to have the staff agendize a discussion on whether or what we want to do with the flags, A-frames, sandwich boards that have proliferated through our community. So I need a second and a third on this.
Could I interject real quick?
Sure, of course.
Mayor? That's all covered in our sign ordinance.
It is, but we need to, we've already given this direction to staff to ignore it. So we have to give.
Well, yeah, the sign ordinance has never come before anybody.
Well, so maybe we need to bring the entire sign ordinance back. But right now, I'd just like to address, because we've given direct instructions to ignore them, so I'd like it to bring it back so we can discuss the feather flags and A-frames.
I'll second that. I was going to do the same thing.
I need a third.
Yeah, I would love to see the 2006 document given to us when we do discuss that. That has been turned in. It is here
And I
in
will
this
amend
fall.
it to that then. We can do that.
Then I will give you a third.
Okay, good. So we have that. Okay. With nothing else, this meeting will adjourn to a regular scheduled meeting on April 21st at 6:30 p.m. Yeah. See, he said we did not have to announce that yet.